Hello? Hello? Oh, I think we're live. Okay. I'm gonna turn off. Oh yeah. Um, all right. I'm gonna start the video. All right. Let's enjoy some Silksong. Turns out this is a really good game. I could try to show chat on the screen, but I think it's gonna cover up a little bit too much. Act 1. I've done a little bit of editing to this. Um, Basically, in places where it was taking me a long time to make progress, like I was dying a lot, I sped that up.
Friend.
Also, the first 30 hours of my playthrough, I turn the volume down a little bit. I had a problem with my controller inputs, which was kind of fun and hilarious. So I couldn't I couldn't use the shoulder buttons and the D-pad at the same time. And about 30 hours in, I switched to Steam input, and that fixed it. But this first day here is like, this was like 13 hours of gameplay or something. I've condensed it down to 9.5. Most of it's just me exploring. The downward attack not being straight down, really hard for me to adapt to. I don't think it's bad, but definitely not easy for me after playing so much Hollow Knight where it's straight down. game cost at least $17 to develop. I like that the bones... I like this thing they did with the animated terrain. That was a really nice touch. I really felt like I should have been able to make that jump. Of course you can't. It's a very pretty game. Oh yes. Smashing things with your head. A classic Hollow Knight maneuver. The ledge grab is interesting. It's definitely caused me a lot of problems during the playthrough. Lots of times when, like, I grab a ledge and didn't mean to, and end up taking a hit. Yeah. Missing again with that down slash. That thing's tricky. It's a lot of me just wandering around in the early game. Not really sure how to, like, play the game yet. Like, getting used to the controls. And of course, because it's a Metroidvania, you have to hit every floor, ceiling, and wall to see if it's a secret. Try to walk through it. Hornet's really constipated. Now, I liked the rosary system a lot. There was lots of times when I leaned heavily on it, as a way to be able to double die with little to no penalty. Which I felt made me bolder in my explorations. More willing to try stuff. Hey, Neen. You can backseat all you want, but, this is a recording. So, like, it's not gonna work. Same with spoilering, I did everything, so can't really spoil me on it. These little guys are so trolly. They just zip around in a circle kind of periodically. Like, basically every time you want to jump where they are, they spin around their ledge and hit you. But if you want to hit them, they're just like stationary. Nemesis. Oh, doing pretty good. How are you? Ledge grab is kind of interesting, but it definitely caused me a lot of problems. Like, ledge grabs I didn't want to do. Now, I don't know if it was intended, but I ended up getting that mossberry with an enemy pogo. I don't know if they just expect you to, like, wait and get it later. But I think, with Team Cherry being the way they are, I think they kind of expected some people to do the pogo. I was trying to bait that guy. Fine as wine. Been a while since I had a fine wine. I don't know. I don't remember when I started streaming. I don't stream regularly. Yeah, 15 minutes. I don't know, like, probably 2017 might have been when I started streaming semi-regularly. Oh, so constipated. Man, this chapel is ruined. Yeah, I don't know. I did a little bit of streaming, and then I didn't stream, and then I did a little bit of streaming and then I didn't stream. It's been very on and off, but I guess probably 2017-ish. Hey, Onyx. I finished my casual, but I recorded it all offline, so this is me showing the world, so that I have it for later. Because I always regretted not capturing my my Hollow Knight first playthrough. This is lightly edited so that when there's sections where I died a lot, I sped it up. I'm not very good at video games, so there's some bosses that took me hours, just hours and hours to beat. It's very impressive. Yeah. Somebody described it as like having higher highs and lower lows than Hollow Knight, which I thought was pretty accurate. This diagonal pogo trolls me for like the entire game until I finally switch off of it. Also, for the first 30-some hours of this playthrough, I did not have my controller set up correctly, and I couldn't use the trigger buttons with the D-pad. Couldn't use them at the same time. I'm kind of amazed I made it through as much of the game as I did like that. But I eventually learned that I could go into the settings and use Steam input instead of whatever PS4 input. Yeah, Wanderer is really the only one I got into. So I guess I had this irrational fear of not being able to pogo after like how long it took me to learn how to pogo with Hunter. And so I was like really resisting switching, but like towards the end of my playthrough I switched to Wanderer, and like the boss DPS with Wanderer is just crazy. Straightforward moves and high DPS, yeah. Yeah, that's what I learned, is just like the DPS on Wanderer is just nuts. There's like one late game boss that I killed on the first try, which like never happens to me in these kind of games. But I just like absolutely murdered him, and it was 100% it was because of Wanderer. Shaman? I got Shaman and then I like basically never used it. I should probably have played with it more. I know like Elegy in Hollow Knight is like that, but I don't really like Elegy. Like it's kind of a curse. Okay, I did not trust Chapel Maid.
That's fine.
And like, she has this line about like keep coming back and visiting me, and I was like, oh man, at some point I'm gonna have to fight Chapel Maid. I just know it. She's gonna turn into a boss. And like, Colette has been using Reaper a lot in her playthrough, which kind of surprises me because I tried Reaper and it was just like so slow. I was like, no, I'm never using this. But it has this cool ability where after you bind, when you kill things, they'll like leave silk, like hanging in the air. And so like if you want to use spells, then you can use spells and then grab the silk and still be able to heal. Which is not a thing I had considered. Because, like, I basically never use magic in this, except by accident. and that's because like I kept wanting to be able to heal because they buffed healing, and so healing is like way overpowered now. I stuck with Reaper for a long time because the orbs make it feel like bonus silk, but hitting twice as much is also bonus silk. Yeah. Yeah, so the late game boss that I murdered, um, was totally because of how I was getting silk back so fast that actually there was a couple late game bosses where I did that strategy where I just like completely went on the offensive and just every time I could heal again I would heal, and I was just like tanking tons of damage because I had like so many masks and I was getting so much silk from just constantly attacking them that I was just like attack, 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 heal, attack, 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 heal, attack, 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 heal. Good old bone bottom.
Has been?
I like Hornet's voice lines in this, but I don't know why she doesn't say Shaw. I don't think any of her voice lines in this are from Hollow Knight. Shaw Erasure, yep. And I don't remember why I thought to go back down here, but I guess I was convinced that there was more secrets left down here, and it totally paid out. I was really shocked to find out that like 20% of people gave this a negative review on Steam. I don't know what's wrong with 20% of people. Hey Clueless. I was glad when I didn't have the little like dive thing she does base. Yeah. The diagonal down, it gives me so much trouble. There's a section I fast forward through. You'll see it when we get there, but it's basically just like I should be playing Benny Hill music. Cuz like it's just me trying to pogo through a section and failing. It's the ants. It's totally the ants. Ants in my pogo pants. I almost sped up the whole playthrough. I might do that for the other recordings. Just speed it up like 20%, 30%. Since like it's already recorded. I don't know. My playthrough ended up being a bit over 100 hours, right? So anything I can do to trim that down is kind of good. And the less like editing intensive it is, the better. 100 hours of video is a lot to like scan through. I'm learning. I tried to do it in Blender because I'd like to learn to use Blender's video editing. What I didn't think of ahead of time is you can only have 1,000,000 frames in Blender, and at 60 FPS, that's 4 hours and 51 minutes of video. So my recordings are too long to be edited in Blender. But Blender doesn't tell you it's a problem. Like, it lets you work with the video just fine. It doesn't even warn you that it could be a problem, which I think it should. Instead, you just can't like go along the video timeline past 1,000,000 frames. It's like, come on, Blender. Like, your UI is better than this normally. I basically had to like Google it a whole bunch until I finally found a page that talked about like the limits for that kind of stuff, and it was saying how like, oh yeah, you can't work with more than 1,000,000 frames in a scene. And their attitude is like, you know, because Blender is designed for doing like rendering of a scene, right? Anyway, I ended up using Shotcut, which is a different like open source video editing thing.
Oh boy, yeah.
And in some ways Shotcut's easier to use, but
Nesvir?
there's like kind of the nice thing about Blender is you get to reuse the whole Blender environment. So I definitely wanted to use Blender, but yeah, doesn't work for this. So I liked the thing they did with the rosaries, where you could get like if you double die, you lose the ones that were like loose rosaries, like in your pocket, but you can have these items that are strings of rosaries, and you don't lose those. And I ended up leaning on that system very heavily. I really like that change to the Souls formula. Because there were times when like I double died getting into an area, and I finally get to the bench, and the bench costs money, right? And so like being able to pull some rosaries out of my pocket, and then pay for the bench was so nice. Being able to farm for strings to carry with you for finding. Yes, exactly. It also freed me up because late game, like, I didn't mind doing risky stuff because it's not like I was carrying around 10,000 geo and afraid to lose it all. Instead, I could do like risky explorations, right? And the benches were like 80 before they halved a bunch of them. Yeah, I need to look through the patch notes and see what all they changed. I think I was in Act 3 by the time the patch came out. So I played through a lot of this, like, launch patch. And also, I've got some problem with my main save file. I pulled up a guide that had the locations of all 18 spools, and I went to every location on the list, and I still only have 17 spools. So I don't know why I'm missing a spool. I can't figure out how to get my last spool. They nerfed Sister Splinter and Dire Wing and halved some bench costs. Oh, Sister Splinter was easy. Mothwing or Dire Wing or whatever did take me some attempts, but I had my friend Garmond to help me. Mothwing. Yeah, whatever. I know who you mean at the Grey Moor. Yeah, that boss, like, that boss took me some attempts, but it wasn't too bad. And Sister Wing took me another, like, I don't know, 5 attempts or something. But, like, the bosses that really took me a long time were, like, Beastfly and, like, the first version of Lace was fine, but later versions of Lace took me a really long time. I really like Lace as a villain. Lace is a good character. And I don't know, I feel like it's pretty obvious, but I haven't seen anybody bring it up yet. Lace and Hornet are totally yin and yang to each other. Like their art style, their personalities, everything. It's totally yin and yang. And I haven't seen anybody mention that yet, but it seems fairly obvious. When did you fight it? Apparently you fight it at a different time based on how many fleas you have rescued and if the caravan is moved before you fight it. Oh, so I fought it and then the caravan moved. Also,
Buenera.
I thought Sherma was a girl. Sherma's a boy. Lace also being one of the few dual bosses in this game, if that makes sense. Yeah. A dual. But I like everything about Lace. I like her design. I like her voice lines. I like her fights. Although the the final lace fight is just like Team Cherry does this thing sometimes that makes stuff really hard for me, which is they'll do a fight with just a million things going on. But I like that Lace's so excluding the final Lace fight, Lace fights are very learnable. Like she has a surprisingly predictable move set, and like it's difficult. Like the what is it, like the reaction windows are very precise and things like that. But like the way she does things is like on a script. Like she's got RNG, but it's very manageable. Her RNG is like which pattern she's gonna use. Yeah, the Act 2 Lace fight is really nice. Last fight was brutal. It had ads. I'm not sure I would have finished the game. Yeah. Yeah, I used, to beat it, I used the thing that gives you an extra heal, and I used Plasmium. And I basically waited for her final phase to activate all of those. And I think the time I won, I might have actually had my spare heal on. Might have still had it when I won. I can't remember. I probably used it. But I waited for her final phase before I activated the Plasmium, which gave me six masks to work with. But it still took me a lot of practice to get that fight. Robo-bugs to do automatic damage. Oh yeah. I bought that, but I never once used it. The first time I got craft metal after discovering it, I went and used it on that. Her parry was insane. Yeah, the parry. So, I walked into the parry after activating it quite a lot, but you can block the parry with a well-timed attack. But what I ended up doing was I found a bunch of attack patterns that didn't force at the parry. Yeah, Clueless. I basically didn't use tools either. The thing that I didn't want to have happen was like hunkering down on a boss fight and run out of shards. Because a lot of times when you're like repeating a boss fight, you're not earning any shards. And so that made me want to never use tools. I think tools having a resource kind of makes sense, but I don't know that it... Like I think it might have been good enough if they had just made it so that you have to go back to a bench to get your tools back. I don't know that the tools also needed to have the shard currency, if that makes sense. And then I think tool use will be really high amongst players. These stupid miniature beast flies are the pain of my existence. I head bonk those so many times through this. I also did the same thing I did in HK and barely used skills outside of a couple of like the gauntlet room. My completed game files thousands of shards in the form of consumables. Classic potion hoarder. Yeah. So that might be something I missed. So I have not 100%ed the game. I got to 98%, and then when I noticed the issue with the mask shards, I kind of gave up on trying to get 100%. That and the flea mini games, I don't find them fun, and they're extremely difficult, and so I won't be getting the last pale oil, stuff like that. So I stopped at 98%. The only skill I ended up with, well, the only skill that's like a Hollow Knight skill, nail art. The only nail art I ended up with is the charge attack, but I did get all the silk skills. That 100% speedrun achievement is 30 hours. Yeah, my total playthrough time is right around 100 to get 98%. And I would like to get the regular speedrun achievement. The any percent 5-hour one. Hey, Shad. Inster spoiler? What do you mean? I think the worst part of that IMO will be that one gauntlet in High Halls. I ended up cheesing that gauntlet. So doing it in a speedrun, I don't know if I would be able to do the cheese that I did in my casual. I got the wall cling upgrade and Garmond to help me with the fight, and so I just like hung out in a corner on the wall, and Garmond did everything. Oh, you can't spoil me on this. I've seen everything and done everything already. This is a recording. It's also why I removed the backseating tag, because you can backseat all you want and it won't have any effect. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Clueless. I found a similar cheese for the Beastfly refight. So I was fighting the Beastfly and he got stuck in the lava. This happened to me on a couple bosses where the bosses got stuck off screen. And I noticed that I could just like leave the arena. And so like I just left the whole screen and came back, and the Beastfly fight restarted. And so the next time I got to the phase where he called in his little helper, I just like left. Like I didn't leave the whole screen, I just walked to where like the Beastfly was off the screen. And then when I went back, his helper was gone. So, and I found it really easy to fight that Beastfly solo. It was just his ads that I couldn't deal with. And so I just scrolled his ads off the screen every time he would summon them and then go back to the fight, and it was just like, it was so easy to fight him that way. Also, I'm pretty sure I couldn't pull it off. I spent some time trying to do it. I'm pretty sure in that fight, if you go up, so if you harpoon him, you can gain height off him. So if you harpoon him back and forth, you can climb in the air. And if you get to the top, there are 2 explodey rocks on each side of a giant boulder. And I'm pretty sure that they, like similar to the chandelier in Watcher Knights, that I'm pretty sure if you hit both of those explodey boulders, that the big rock will fall and kill the Beastfly. I'm almost certain of it, but I couldn't quite execute it. I would love for somebody to like grind that out and see if it's possible. Those were there for you to kill the giant robot? Oh, they're for 4th chorus? 4th chorus was one of the few bosses that I beat on the first try.
Puszonka.
Hoshonka.
Kietska.
Yanara.
So the thing about the beast fly though is those are there uh, those were there when I was fighting the beast fly, but later when I got um, what is it, the super jump ability, they weren't there anymore. And I don't know, until you get super jump, you don't have any other way to check for their existence other than to harpoon off the beast fly. But yeah, in terms of any percent, I don't know how to deal with the forum. Because, like, I probably wouldn't have Garmond to help. I don't know. Maybe just have to learn the fight. I've heard some people say that if you use the right tools, there's some tools that, like, go along the ground. I don't know what the name of the tool is, but, like, they just hang around on the floor. If you use those tools, that the forum's not too bad. I'm just surprised you would have enough ammo. Oh, these guys were so hard to kill without taking like a bunch of hits. I love that you can heal in the air. I took advantage of that so much. You probably only used the tools on the last wave. Even still, like, those guys have a lot of HP. But maybe you can, like, deal enough damage to get them weak. Like, you don't necessarily finish them off with the tools, but you get them down to, like, half health, and then it's a lot easier. That's the real boss of Act 1. I should have been swinging my nail, hitting it, knocking the projectile out of the air. In Shaman, for some reason, Hornet has to drop to the ground to heal. In Shaman. No, I don't know. That's new. How do you unlock cursed ending? Beat the game with the parasite inside you? Are you serious? Wait, like any percent? Not true end. Boy, that would be hard. That's interesting. I didn't even think about keeping that. I was really determined. I knew that I needed a different ability to get through there. I was determined to see if I could glitch it anyway. Then you can get Grandmother Silk and then go get the parasite. And oh. Oh yeah. I think I would have to do that on a subsequent playthrough because Yeah. I got that long before I faced Lace 2. I got both my cats here. One is in my lap and the other's on the chair. Didn't do any wishes until after I rolled credits. You didn't do any wishes until you rolled credits? Wow. Yeah, I wanna do a second playthrough to get the speedrun achievement. Oh yeah, see there we go. I did it correctly. Hit the moss projectile thing. But they weren't quests. They were wishes. Potato wish. They were some were little adventures, some were WoW dailies. Oh man, I did not do the lacquer run up to the mask maker. I was like, are you kidding me? I can't do this with you like I think you can only take 2 hits on that one. Yeah, you do have to do wishes to get true in. I realized that those silk strands were great for refilling. So started using them for that. Then I was sad when they were gone. I also didn't get the cloak upgrade from Mount Faye until after GMS, and I think GMS is harder with it. You know, I think I'm the same because I made it all the way. Without a screenshot of the room, it's hard to show you, but there's like one, like you have to on the way to get the cloak, you go all the way west, and then you get to like this tram line that's diagonal, and then you head back, and then you have to go through this room with the spiky guys. Like there's water in the floor and the spiky guys. I got all the way to the end of that room where you're supposed to like get up on the ledge, and it just completely did not occur to me that the wall to your left is grabbable. For some reason, I thought it was spikes, and so I turned around and left. And like if it had occurred to me that I could wall hang on that, then I would have gotten all the way to the top of Mount Faye at that time. But instead, it was like 20 hours later when I came back and realized that I was an idiot. Yeah, now I'm kind of curious about Cursed Ending. That sounds challenging. It took me several tries to get through the big room with the cold water on the bottom immediately after the room. Talking about, yeah. I think I had more trouble on the platforming. Platforming. I mean, it's all platforming. I had more trouble on the like vertical sections for some reason. Yeah, so GMS fight reminded me a lot of Radiance. Yeah, it's kind of weird which fights they decided to make really hard and which ones aren't so bad. Like King Khan, in the Coral Tower, like it's really like none of that's super difficult with him. Like his fight's actually not that bad, but it's just such a test of endurance because like you've got like the three like the three arena rooms, and then you can do the shortcut. Then you've got to do the arena room and his fight, and like he just has so much health. Like I went to town with him on with Wanderer, and just had to hit him so many times. I one-shot that guy, which was very relieving after the hell I went through on the gauntlet. Yeah, I one-shot that guy too. I was really proud of being able to take that guy out on my first try. Most of the difficulty is in those gauntlets. Yeah. Yeah, so like it kind of makes sense that they didn't make his fight too crazy because it's like you've already passed so many tests of skill. But he's just kind of a weird boss because he doesn't have any direct attacks. All of his attacks are indirect. And so it's like if you like he'll do those diagonal beams and you just go to the side towards him and then you just can wail on him for free. But then they gave him like 1,000,000 hit points to to make up for it. I don't know. And then like I guess his final phase is kind of difficult because he just starts spamming stuff constantly. Like the dancers. I found the dancers kind of difficult, but I appreciated how like how learnable they are. I put the dancers off really late in Act 2 though. Because I knew that they were basically going to lead me to the end of the act, so I kind of wanted to do everything else I could first. Yeah, the dancers are fun. Did you do the upgraded dancer fight in Viridian? You knew the whole fight right from the start. Yeah, still struggled on some parts of it. I thought the upgraded one was... Like, I don't know what's different about it, but I did find it much harder. I kept coming back to Druid, thinking that they would give me all kinds of, like, insight. Like, I don't know, for some reason I just thought, like, someone named Moss Druid would just know a lot about, like, weird esoteric stuff in this land. And then all they just want is moss berries. Oh, the central attack. I had a really hard time coming up with a consistent strategy for dodging that. Did you find the unbreakable mask? I found a mask that fixes itself when you use a bench. It's supposed to block critical hits, but I don't know. I tried it for a while. I wanted to like it, but I didn't end up using it. Is that the mask you had in mind, Chad? Yeah, I don't remember where I found that one, but I did find it pretty early on. I kept going back to the spider down in the weaver nest in the start area because I thought you had to take each crest down there when you finished them and couldn't figure out what was making... You know, I did exactly the same thing. I kept going back down to Atla, and then she's like, come back to me if you ever expand your nature. And I'm like, I did. Just now. Like, I expanded it and I came back to you. Upgrade my hunter again. Actually, what I thought was that every crest was going to have evolved forms. I don't know. Like, I think the evolved form of hunter probably is a good upgrade, but I kind of regret how long I used Hunter. Ella, please, can't you see how expanded I am for you? Is that an expanded nature, or are you just happy to see me? Yeah, I thought it was very individual. I thought it was every individual crest, and when you put all the memory lockets into them. Yeah, that was one of the theories I had as well. Instead, it's just at 10 and 30. Wait, it is from the lockets? I eventually got the second tier of Hunter. The second evolution of it, which I guess would be the third tier. Or, well, I don't know how you number these things. Is it tier 0, 1, and 2? My cat just got mad at me and yelled at me because I wasn't petting her enough. You got passive slots. I did this super early. You did which part, Shad? The evolved thing? You got passive slots in between two. Oh, yeah, the passive slots are really nice. And you can get an extra yellow on all crests for 1 extra blue on... Ah. Yeah, I'm still missing 1 memory locket, so... But... I can't talk to Ava anymore. But maybe if I use the locket, it'll just auto-update. Oh, the worm area. I don't know why. I don't know why I jumped all the way across there. I guess my fingers were bored. I like the little... all the little terrain animations are good. The moss pads and the bones and... You can do it without upgrades, but if you die there without benching, it sucks. Yeah. So I used my first simple key on the docks, not knowing that that's kind of a waste of a simple key early on. I would definitely use my simple key somewhere else. Oh, I thought I was being so clever here. Second key was on the mantis? You mean the dancer? Like Green Prince? I didn't use a simple key until getting up to where it opens the thing that lets you buy the bell stuff. Oh. I think my last key was on the prince. I mean he said he didn't want to be let out, so I was like, yeah. I guess if I have a spare key, I'll use it on him.
Paravos.
Fadastama.
Ushka Mitri.
Not the boss of me. Yeah. I let him backseat my playthrough. Oh, what was I thinking? My cat's so funny. She doesn't want me to, like, actively pet her, but she's laying on the chair next to me, and she wants me to just, like, rest one hand on her, and if I take my hand back, she'll yell at me until I put it back. She just wants to lay here with a hand blanket. I really thought there was going to be something cool on top of that wagon. So what is the route for like getting to the Citadel early? So you've got to go out to far fields and get the skirt that lets you fly up to Greymore, right? Like that's one thing on the list. And I think you have to beat Lace down in the docks to get. Is that where you get Dash, which lets you get out to far field? Also, I spent so many attempts trying to get the pale oil quest, like the delivery quest for the rasher. I kept being so close on time, and I already had the speed anklets, and I just did not want to wear them because I thought I wouldn't have enough silk for the blasted steps to get through there efficiently. And like looking back on it, like actually having used the silk anklets now and seeing how much they sip silk, like it would have been fine. I totally could have got there faster. I think I had 2 attempts at the rasher where I made it to the guy and was trying to give him the rasher when it expired. I was pretty sure I couldn't make it if I went up the steps. Take a shit! Yeah. I waited until the tower unlocked through the mist. Oh man. I swear I played the Needle-In for the Luma flies in the mist. I swear I did that, and it did not occur to me that the direction they flew was the direction you needed to go. I spent so long wandering around the mist thinking, and then left it alone thinking like maybe I'll get an upgrade or a quest that tells me what to do. And eventually I went back there and was like, I guess I'll play the Needle-In for the Banshees. And then I was like, wait, why would I play it for the Banshees? These Luma flies probably know which way to go. And so I played it for them and they flew away and I was like, oh my god, I've been such an idiot. And it was like, I don't know, 30 hours of my playthrough between when I discovered the mist and when I had that realization. I waited, I had just come off doing that exact mechanic for Golden Sun. Oh, nice. Lost Woods be Lost Woodsing. I wonder how many players, so there's like, something like 5 million copies of this game have been sold. You know, somebody has probably gotten through there on accident without understanding, by just random chance. By just like, oh, there's an exit, I guess I'll take it. That probably has happened to somebody at this point. Wouldn't that be wild? Telling your friends like, oh yeah, they really should give you a way to like, you know which way to go there. Like I just got through there by chance, you know, and people being like, are you serious? I don't know how many rooms long it is, but like I don't know how to calculate the probability of you getting through there. Yeah, I think it is random each time. That was my impression. I really needed a dash ability for this fight. A couple of my deaths, you won't really get to appreciate them because I'm going to fast forward, but A couple of my deaths here were just like, I knew I needed to get out of the way and I couldn't walk fast enough. Or there, I thought I was far enough away from the dust cloud. I didn't realize it was going to take damage. That death. I was trying to get out of the way. I guess I could have jumped. I think this is 5x, or is this 10? I think this one is 5x. I have some others that I did at 10x. I figured it would be better to leave this in, fast forwarding through it, than it would be to just delete it entirely. But I figured I don't really want to sit through the full 100 hours of my playthrough, but I do want to, like, I'm basically streaming this to add commentary, and then I'm gonna transfer it to YouTube for archiving, so that I have a copy of my first playthrough. I wish I had done that with Hollow Knight. What's it? You know what? This is the run. I bet you I can do it this time. What's the chance we get yakety sax during these? I know. Is that the Benny Hill music? Because that's what I feel like these should be put to. At least the platforming ones. The other thing I thought about doing, but it's too much editing skill for me, is put my first attempt side by side with my last attempt, so that you can see like how much I improved and learned the boss. SpongeBob title cards. 3 hours later. Some of them, like, I haven't gotten... I need to edit some of the later videos. I've really just only edited day 1 so far. But like the Beast Fly, I made a bunch of attempts on different days. A wall of each attempt where as you die in each they adjust to keep the space filled. Yeah. Yeah, that would be cool. That sounds like a lot of work, but that would be cool. You zoom out to like 100 tiles of attempts, and then it just like slowly goes down to the one that's... And you randomize them so that like people watching don't know which one is going to be the successful attempt. Stupid diagonal. I think the big part for me in this fight was just learning how to dodge everything. Like not having any dash or anything. And like not being too close to the dust cloud. Wah! Yeah, but were you here when I was complaining about how I can't use Blender to do this project? That's actually what I started in and wasted like a couple hours in it. And the reason is because in Blender you can have 1,000,000 frames in a scene. And that, at 60 FPS, that's 4 hours and 51 minutes of video. But Blender won't complain about this. Basically, it'll let you do the whole editing task, except you can't move the playhead beyond 4 hours and 51 minutes. Like, it can load your whole video, but you can't, like, move the playhead far enough into the video to edit it. And, like, I basically had to Google it for, like, 20 minutes and found a page that talked about working limits, where they talk about how, like, yeah, you get 1 million frames per scene. And it's not a problem because normally if you were building a movie project, you would just break it into multiple scenes or something. I don't know. I don't understand how to work around it. It's yeah, I can understand that too. I ended up using Shotcut, which is fine. It would have been nice to do it all in Blender because I would like to be able to use Blender for more stuff. But Blender's not good at general movie editing is what I learned. Not long movie editing, I guess I should say. And I could have dropped this down to 30 FPS or something. That was another option. But then I would have had to, like, retime it and stuff. Working on shape keys in Blender. I found out VSF does the lip syncing thing I wanted to do, like, on its own. So I'm setting up the model to talk. Oh, very cool. Yeah, I've looked at shape keys a little bit, but I haven't properly learned them or done anything with them. I like the Bell Beast. It's a good character. I like that their name is even Fearful Pilgrim. You want a Bell Beast plushie? That would be a good plushie. The art in this game is so beautiful. This is my Metroidvania training, checking every wall, every floor, every tile. Yeah, the one dirty trick they did a fair bit though is walls that are passable and like one tile off the floor. Yeah, exactly. We were thinking the same thing. Oh, I think I end up dying because of this. Because I can't pogo worse shit. Yeah. I don't know if I played the needle in at all kinds of random shit. It's a pretty good trick. I don't know if I played it at that face. But once I finally opened it, I was like, oh, yeah, I was totally wrong about this thing. And I don't know, this tool that I have on that gives me like the moss threads, I don't like it very much. It seems not good. Yeah, hearing things' thoughts was pretty cool. Like how I tried to drop where that platform should be, but like I hadn't waited long enough for it to reform. Stupid beast flies. I know how long things take. Dies. Yeah. Ow. The fleas are fun. I can't do their mini games. I did the what is it, the bouncing mini game on like the third try. But the other two mini games, the dodging and the juggling especially, I just can't do. Like I got like 6, I think is my high score on juggling. And you have to get like 70 or something. When I found out that the needle in let you hear thoughts, I was also convinced it was going to be like the equivalent of using Dreamnail on HK for Radiance. Ah. It's easy. The juggling pissed you off? Yeah, the juggling's hard. I haven't finished it. I'm at like 98%, and that's good enough for me. I think my spool's glitched. Because I looked up 3 different guides on where the spools are supposed to be, and I went to every place on the guide, and I'm still at 17 out of 18 spools. So I don't know what, like I don't know if my save file is glitched or what, but it's kind of what it seems like. And so like I don't even know if I can get 100% on my save file. Yeah, the reward for the fleas is amazing. I would have loved to have that extra bonus damage on the final fight, but I did it without it. %, but the stuff that's left is trivial, I think. Yeah, I'm not worried about the stuff that I didn't do, other than, like, it would have been nice to get the achievement since I am so close, but I'm not much of an achievement hunter, so it's not that big of a deal to me. I was also convinced for a bit that I lost memory lockets on my save because I saved and quit after getting a new crest. Didn't realize the new crest meant new slots until I went to go look at my equipment after loading. Ah. Yeah, I think I'm missing one locket still. Do you know what you missed? So I'm missing the flea game. That's like that's a thing. I'm missing a memory locket, and I'm a few mementos short. And that's probably everything. So the spool, the memory locket, the fleas, and mementos. Yeah, it gets you a pale oil. I looked it up because I was like, I am not doing this juggling game. I don't like it, and it's hard. It would have been nice to have that, but yeah. One of the mementos is to go even harder on the flea games. Yeah, I haven't unlocked Seth, but I saw a screenshot where somebody showed really high scores from somebody named Seth. This fucking pogo. Cherry, why? The bounce one, the bounce one I one-shot dodge was like 3 tries, juggle took like 30 tries. Yeah, bounce took me like 3 tries, dodge took me... Well, actually, I haven't finished dodge. Never mind. I don't know how many tries it's gonna take me. And the juggling one, my top is like 6. And I've got to do like 10 times that good. You gotta get 30? Ah, okay. Pogo, please. Like 90 hits, yeah. Like, here, we'll put you in this dangerous place, and we'll give you lots of rosaries. Don't double die. But then I clutched it out on the way back. So, it's all good. Didn't have to up-hit them. One thing I'm already frustrated by is people on Twitch saying how easy this game was for them. The game was freaking tough. Yeah. Yeah, no, like, all I've been talking about lately is how hard this game is. I get it. I had a bunch of bosses where I just had to, like, sit there for hours learning the fight. And, like, the Mr. Mushroom quest, like, the platforming on that was quite difficult. But yeah, I saw a Reddit post where somebody was complaining about the people that are like, oh, it's like a 15-hour game. Emmett died to a boss and someone was like, I didn't know you could die here. Wow. People, this is why I played offline. This is why I played offline. I could have done emote only, but that's what Colette's doing, and I think it's working well for her. But I recorded it. I'm just gonna like edit out the slow parts and add commentary and then upload to YouTube. People are just unhinged. Yeah. Someone said it easier than the first game. What was their playstyle? I do think with time, people will get good at this, and people will forget how difficult it was at launch. I do think that'll be a thing. But calling it easier than Hollow Knight, like, I've talked to several people that never played Hollow Knight, and when I'm, like, raving about how great this game is, they're like, oh, should I play Hollow Knight first? And I say yes on the grounds that, like, you'll benefit from the practice. Story-wise, no. You can play them in either order, I think. I really honestly believed I could get away from him by going through the door. Did not pan out very well for me. A person that said the Wanderer crest made the game trivial and refused to use it. Wanderer is amazing, and I regretted taking so long to switch to it. Oh yeah, I think this might be 10x. This guy's hard without dash, was my takeaway. Oh yeah, I maybe should have removed that menu. Every now and then I had to stop and pet my cats. Fell a long run back. Yeah, I didn't. Yeah, I was afraid to explore without my my corpse, right? But there's definitely a bench like much closer. Cat petting is important. It really is. Yeah, there's. You know what? I bet you this attempt I get it. I've got a good feeling about this one. Gotta farm my rosaries. Man, the wall jump is not, or the ledge grab is nice, but also, like, it cost me a lot of extra damage in other sections of the game. Still stuck on Widow? Yeah, Widow... I completely forgot Widow was in the game until I was editing this. For some reason, Widow was, like, I didn't first try Widow or anything. Like, I did have to learn the fight, but for some reason was not memorable. I was like, who is this? Why was I fighting this person? This fight without dash is... I think you're... But I don't think there's any point to doing this fight without dash, right? Because you... Like, if you haven't been down to Deep Docks, like, don't you get walled here in a second? I like all the little ants on the ground crawling around. It's a nice, like, secondary animation. And they, like, pick up stuff. Like, I don't know if you see, but that one's... They're carrying the shards around. It's a nice touch. Oh yeah, I got that on the first try. That'll be the last time I hit that block on the first try. Why did that miss? What is the hitbox on these? Stupid, stupid pogo hitbox. Why'd that one miss? It was like already inside it. The diagonal slash is definitely... It takes a lot of practice to get used to. It is pretty useful. Like, you can use it to dodge. You don't have to use it to attack. So, like, I wouldn't say I hate it, but I'm definitely not good at it. But I feel like if you spent time honing your skill with it, that it would be, like, useful. Especially early game. I think once you get Wanderer, just use Wanderer. Like, it's... Like, Wanderer is the best general purpose one. Some of the others are good situationally. Like, Colette has been maining Reaper, and it works really well for her, because she's like, she's always got a heal in her pocket from all the extra silk. And she can be, like, choosy about when she attacks things. Because the Wanderer is nice, and I love it, but you do have to fight aggressively for it to pay off. Oh yeah, I have a problem with my D-pad on my controller where I don't reliably get down inputs. I have to like really think about getting a down put to get a down input. And you'll see that bite me a lot in this playthrough. There's just something about the PS4 D-pad is enough different from, like, I'm used to the SNES D-pad. Find it very easy to get the input I want on the SNES D-pad. Did you put any mods on? You mean like Silksong, like through Lumafly? No, I didn't use any mods. I saw that there's one that removes the double damage because that's boring, and so they made it triple damage. That kind of a joke mod. This is a good tutorial section. This screen right here, there's nothing dangerous. You don't fall into spikes, but you do have to do like multiple of these in a row. And so like it teaches you that like which direction you're facing is super important. So that's another thing compared to Hollow Knight pogo sections, is which direction you're facing is super important in this game. Like you can kind of see me like honing in on that. Like making sure I'm facing the right way before I pogo. We're just falling all the way to the bottom. Oh my god, it's so painful. Team Cherry, why did you do this to me? People sick of this baby mode 2 mask kits? Yeah. Yeah, they want... Give us the three mask kits. Oh! Alright, so we're a pro at that now, right? This will be just smooth sailing. Or, you know, we'll fail the ledge grab. But we hazard respawn on top. I was so afraid to use other crests because I thought pogos wouldn't be possible. And with how hard they were to learn with the Hunter. I really put off other crests for way longer than I should have. I should have known that they made sure that the game was playable with whatever crest. It's like, hey, Team Cherry, thanks for giving me a look down. Wait, you don't give me enough vision to actually see down. Thanks, I guess. For some reason, I thought the trap would be like a one-and-done trap. I really didn't expect to set it off twice. And then I had some rooms like that I did on the first try. I don't know. My skill with pogoing comes and goes. Really inconsistent. Hollow Knight classic, face palming your enemy. Face tanking, I guess, is the word I meant. Really generous of that guy to let me heal. Really picked a bad time to heal. I'm kind of glad. This definitely is some yakety sacks, because you're going to watch me fail that pogo section, like... I eventually figured out that I could at least reload the ant to heal. So, I end up doing a lot of that. How do you get them to help you? I don't know what the trigger is. But she was just there in my playthrough. Did Chakra not help you in yours? Yeah, the rest of the stream is just gonna be this hyper mode, trying to get through this pogo section. Certainly feels that way. Chakra only does maps. Oh, no, you can get... Chakra can help you in several fights. So this was... I think I had met Chakra one other time at like, near the fleas. Isn't this great? I suck at this pogo. Like there I was trying to heal, trying to farm Silk to heal and just taking more damage. Yeah, and there's a fight that Garmon helped me on, and other people said that Chakra helped them. And I think you can actually get both of them to help you with that fight. Dueling her was one of the harder fights. I don't know that I don't think I was able to duel her. So I'm not sure how to unlock that one. It definitely feels like they designed this so that you don't experience everything on a single playthrough. And I like that. It means there's a lot of replay value. Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think that's needed for Hundo. Unless is is that at the edge of the map? At Trail's End or whatever. Is that the wish is called? Because if so, I might have actually done that and just forgot the fight. Oh, interesting. Yeah, no, I can't remember. I don't remember a duel, but I did talk to her at that location. So that's kind of interesting. I'm not sure what to make of that. We'll get to that part eventually. Having her help here was a mixed bag, though, because I definitely find it distracting. Trying to figure out like which things are their attacks that I don't have to worry about, and which things are the enemy patterns that I do have to worry about. So many. I need a faceplant counter for this section. Like how many times I fell in the spikes trying to pogo. All right, we finally got our successful attempt here. You tell him just like over that guy, like just die in the spikes. I don't even care about your rosaries. Just get me out of here. Basically just wanted to silk off that guy, since I had used it all up to heal. That was unfortunate. I bonked my head. You know, you heal one, you lose one. That was a missed down input. Alright. Eyes on the prize.
Wishka.
That's fine.
Va, va.
Maps are so good.
Ona moshke. Kuramki.
Mid-air healing is so nice. And I find it's a lot safer than ground healing. Just generally speaking. Kind of a waste on those shards, but I never used them, so kind of wasn't feeling like it was a big deal to waste them. Oh, that was such an unfortunate death. I remember that one. Like, I just wanted to turn around and hit them, but, like, Hornet has this kind of... I mean, you know. She takes a while to turn around. She doesn't turn around in, like, a frame. Yeah, I'm pretty sure all of this can wait until you go down to deep docks. I guess I haven't hit the dead end yet, but I'm pretty sure that I'll need the, like, dash from docks and whatever the floaty parachute skirt is from Farfield. Stupid missed down input. It's tricky because, like, the controller I was using, like, your down input has to be very, very down to register. But you also need to do left or rights to either turn around or adjust your positioning. So it's like you need to adjust your positioning and do any of the turning around, and then really focus on pressing down right as you slash. Just add an extra layer of, like, pogo hassle. So the Beast Chapel is over here. That's one thing you might want. Beyond that, I can't remember what's over here. There's probably like a flea or something. Oh yeah, there's a couple. There's like a fight all the way at the top, and there's a merchant before that. But, like, obviously I don't have the upgrade for that yet. I keep failing my down press, which is an annoying way to fail that puzzle. Yeah. Really Really struggling on the controller inputs. Yeah, I decided that that was probably an arena, and I really didn't want to go into an arena with two masks. I don't think it is an arena. Like, I think I just thought it was. See, I don't get the point of the green thread, because it wouldn't let me heal until I got one more thread than that. So I really don't understand the Mossberry tool. Oh, I guess it is an arena. Thread these nuts. It's half a thread. What's the point of half a thread though? If you get hit twice, you get a full one. Oh, really? Okay. Well, I've never gotten hit twice before, so. That was a lucky parry. I mean skill. Totally skill on my part. I do like the slow motion when you win a fight. That was a nice change. All skill, yep. This is an all skill playthrough. Where all of my skill is on display. I wanted to wake that guy up by pogoing the platform, but instead I just fell off. It did wake him up, in my defense. I was very happy to find a bench down here. I don't know how long I spent doing this in general. We'll just say it was a fair bit of the playthrough. Gotta ring those bells. think I make it across this. But I don't know, actually. Certainly seems like it's telling you no. Oh yeah. I was really torn about using save and quit to cheese that. So I didn't die.
Ren!
Oh good, we farmed back up so we can make a bunch more attempts at this. I don't know why I was so dead set on going this way. I got arrested. I think I ran into the jailer once and beat him, but the second time was in bile water, and everything is horrible about bile water. Keep missing that down input on that one because I'm like trying to move towards it, trying to adjust my position. You got salty about that zone? Yeah, I still hadn't fixed my controller issues, and so like I couldn't dash while holding a direction on the D-pad, and so I almost couldn't escape. In the wall climb section that's on the far right. Ended up being very difficult.
Hastin?
Kesha,
I did love the cutscene when you're doing the escape part of the slab and you can drop down on those guys. Like, yeah, I think we all did. It didn't occur to me at first that the guy was wearing Hornet's clothes and dancing and acting all derpy.
Na,
did not occur to me until she broke his neck that that's what he was doing.
Optimera.
That cutscene was so good. I just stood there for a second, like, wondering if that really happened. So I don't think you can get much higher than this without... Oh, I guess you can make that. So you can... That's interesting. You can get all the way to the merchant, even though you haven't been to the rest of the stuff. I don't think I find the merchant yet. Yeah. So I don't know how much of this area you actually need to get to the docks, because I think you can't get in through the front door of the docks yet. So I think you might have had to do the first arena room with the big guy. I think you might have had to do that room, and then I don't think you need the marches until after you finish these other two areas. I don't know. I want to do a follow-on playthrough where I beat the game in under 5 hours, and I don't know what the route is yet. You didn't do this before docks? Okay. Which ability is this? Is this dash? This might be dash. Yeah, so this is a good ability, but I can't. It's gonna be like another 20 hours, 25 hours of gameplay before I can use that at the same time as I use the D-pad. In fact, you see me trying to use it a bunch and failing because of it. It took me a while to work out what inputs would even let me use it. And at first I just thought like they changed the game to be like that for some reason. It didn't occur to me that I was dealing with an input bug. I was like, oh, okay, well, I guess it's just a change they made. There's probably some upgrade I'll get later that explains why they needed to do it this way. In fact, I don't remember how I get out of here. Because if you did a running jump, you can make that, but standing jump, I don't think you can. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah. I keep wanting to call it dry docks or dry docks, like the Super Mario 64 thing. I think on a playthrough where I'm trying to just get to the Citadel fast, I think I would try to come here as early as possible. Like here and far fields, I feel like are super important for getting to Citadel. It's like you need dash, which we just got. I don't know what I actually need lace for, but I think you need lace to get to far field. And then you need far field because you get the parachute thingy. And I could be wrong though. I don't actually know if you need all those abilities to reach the Citadel. I think, like, I have a hard time imagining how you get through the blasted steps without at least at least a parachute.
Friend.
But I think you need both parachute and dash to do the platforming and blasted steps in the blasted lands.
Friend.
pera. Eopis. Pedula falaten. Chuto. Chuto. Pedula. Oi, pera.
Manama. Dera.
Nesvir.
Faladen.
Mieszko.
Hironare.
Nera paşma. Ona moşke.
Friend. Benny Frank. Ah, sola me pioco.
Kesko.
Buenera.
Kavak Katsa. Yanaga Noshke.
Tamiyan.
Pumta Osh.
Barskava. Barskava.
Rollenknop.
Is that okay? It's working again. The Belbeast's name is Joanna. I was trying very hard to make that stick. Joanna Belbeast. But she calls out Aira when she summons her. So shouldn't her name be something like Aira? Last name not required. Yeah, so what I was saying for the last like 20 minutes is that I've been wondering about like the route that gets you to Citadel, like doing an any percent sort of thing. And I think it's that you go up like you're going to the Hunter's March, but then that's really just your first access to Deep Docks, and then you get Dash, and then you go fight Lace, and then you go to Farfields, and you get the floaty ability, and then I think with those you can get through Blasted Steps. Because I think you need the floaty to get up to Greymore, And I think you need that in order to unlock Shellwood access to Blasted Steps. And I think you need both dash and floaty to get through the Blasted Steps. And I think like my kind of strategy here has been like lots of backtracking, like get an upgrade, do all the backtracking for it, get an upgrade, do all the backtracking. So you're going to see me like revisiting areas. I think it's also like why my playthrough took like 100 hours is because I just did a lot of like a lot of backtracking to see like what stuff I could unlock, because I kind of figured one I wanted to like enjoy the game and drink it all in and go slow, but also I wanted to see how powerful I could get by like picking up everything as I went. But I think there's some points where it kind of cost me, because I think I reached a point where like unless you progress the act, you couldn't really keep going, and I was still like determined to find stuff that I had missed. So like I'm back down here just because I have dash now. But I don't think I find anything new because of dash. Where do you pick up the needle in? Is that what Widow gives you? I think that's what Widow gives you. So I guess that fight... Is that fight required for any percent? It must be, right? I'm trying to think if I used Needle in to reach like the dancers or anything. Ah, yes. So to open the way to Lace 2, you need to play the song. So you would need the needle in for that. Yeah, like I think all of this that I'm doing right now is kind of pointless because the last time I was over here I checked everything that I can check. But it's okay because I fall. Did you duel Garmond in your playthrough? He's like... he's really easy. But then there's a spot later where you fight like... Garmond is the guy with that rides the beetle and helps you in combat. Shawl! Oh yeah, did you guys hear my rant about how like the Shawl quest has got to be an inside joke from the developers about like how in Hollow Knight Hornet always said Shaw, so now she goes around picking up shawls. Shawl. I'm kind of surprised she doesn't say Hagale or Shawl at all in this game. Oh, so here's a question. Maybe you guys will know the answer. Do the events of this game take place before or after the other game? For some reason, I thought this was like a prequel. It really should have been the call out you use when you use the needle throw spell. Yeah. 100% on the side of sequel. Because of the true ending cutscene? Is that why? Or maybe there's other things too, in addition to that. Ah, okay. Well, maybe I should shut up then. I just assume people are okay with spoilers if they're watching this. I have a lot of questions about the lore in this. How did HK true ending work? What was the vessel's fate? Like, not good? So I don't know the Pantheon ending. So when I talk about true ending, the one I know is just like when you beat Radiance, regular Radiance. And I thought that the implication in that ending was that they die killing the Radiance. That was my interpretation of that ending. In HK, she guards Hollow Nest until the infection is gone. And I feel the last little cutscene for the true end where Hornet gets confronted by the mystery figure is the scouts that captured her and brought her to Farloom. So I guess I need to watch that again. But yeah, if that's in there, then yeah, I think you're right. For some reason, I thought this game was a prequel to the other game. I'm not sure what I'm doing here. I'm just like re-exploring stuff. Yeah, that's the other thing, that the dialogue does seem like it's referencing Hollow Knight. There's times when she says like, I've seen that happen before and I won't let it happen again, which seems like she's saying like, I saw the fall of Hollow Nest. But the thing that, like, it's definitely referencing the other game, but I don't know if it's referencing the completion of the other storyline, or if she's just saying like, I saw the decline of Hollow Nest, and not like what the vessel did. Yeah. Okay, that thing in both games where if you hit a slope ceiling, you just like fall, is so aggravating at times. Particularly like if you're using the floaty ability and you hit a slope ceiling and it breaks you out of the floaty. Oh my god, that drives me nuts. So I knew something was up with that bell. I totally knew something was up with that. Ooh wah. Ooh wah. Like, I just want me to like go back to progressing. Bothered you for so long until you opened it up? Yeah. Being saved by the vessel-faced void octopus made me think that this was his fate after events in Hollow Nest. Yeah, and I think that is the consensus interpretation of that. But I feel like there's also an interpretation where that was her first interaction with the vessel, and that's the reason she trusted the vessel in Hollow Nest. Right? So like if this were a prequel, I feel like there's still a way to interpret that. And part of me wonders if the ambiguity is intentional. That they want to leave it up to fans to decide which story took place first. I feel like this game has a pretty strong yin and yang vibe that I don't remember noticing in the same way in Hollow Knight. Because like I feel like Hornet and Lace are yin and yang to each other, but then also like running into that Void sibling that had like good in it is also a very like yin yang sort of thing. Right, because like that whole duality is that like you can never get rid of all of the good in the bad and all of the bad in the good. Both the games exist as a loop. That would work too. You can't have the radiance without the void, and you can't have the void without the radiance. I feel like that's a thematic undertone of this game, more so than the previous game. But that messaging was probably there, and I just didn't pick up on it or something. Or maybe that's an evolution of their storytelling. I don't know. Go to the deep docks, me. Come on, me. Just go to the deep docks. I don't think that heal was intentional. I don't think that's what I meant to use there. Look at this. I've already done all this. Why? Just progress, me. You're not gonna find any new secrets up here. Oh yeah, I think I try to go back to the top again. I haven't had enough of that yet. Of course I end up at the bottom. That's right. Me, please. Oh, right. Okay, I did come back here because I realized that now that I have dash, I can actually get through here. Except for you can't really do much over here until you get the floaty skirt. Get wrecked, nerd. Oh, right, yeah. This is hard without the floaty thing. And with terrible aim. They made the hitboxes so small there. Okay, now I saw there's an item, and I'm, like, stuck. Because, like, either way I go, I have to do a difficult pogo. And I'm basically like, oh, do I save and quit? Do I save and quit? What do I do? Do I save and quit? Or do I go for it? Can I clutch it out? I can't clutch it out. Of course I can't clutch it out. Of course I had to try. But yeah, not my finest moment. Not my finest moment. And then I can't even remember how to get back there. Because of course, at this point I'm like 5 hours into the game. I don't know it for shit. I like how they kept updating the world. That must have been so much work to pull that off. I can kind of see why this game took them 7 years. When you've got a team of three like dedicated people and then contractors. It's definitely like it's clear why this takes 7 years. Based on my own experience with trying to make a video game by myself, and it's like making like a rough cut of a video game doesn't take too long, but making a polished video game, oh my god, it takes so long. It takes like however long it took you to do the rough cut times like 8. Because you've got to go over the entire rough cut multiple times in order to polish it up. You got to go over it like another like 8 or 10 times to get it nice and good and polished. So they probably had like the first sketch of this video game like years ago, and they probably just like I'm imagining that like at first they probably had like level design, like hitboxes for like the terrain and stuff. Collision for the terrain. But it was probably like a long time after that when they finally had like the art for all the areas, the things that make the areas visually distinct. But then you've got all the programming for like, you know, having like the event system that like updates. Because like I noticed this thing they do where like if you visit an area and you miss something, they'll often give you a quest to go back and do that thing. And so like putting that system in place, like I don't know, that's just a lot of interesting scripting that like you've got to test and get right and whatnot. It ain't as easy as it sounds. I can tell you that much. Like from a programming point of view.
Oye, espera. Apertura. Oye. Toro, please.
Magina fora.
And I think when they originally developed Hollow Knight, I think they had actually wanted Hornet to be a playable character in that game. And I think they pretty early on, this is what I heard. I don't know how accurate it is. And they realized pretty early on that that was way too much. They weren't going to be able to do that. And so I kind of think the story between the two, like that they're kind of concurrent, that you can sort of interpret either one as being first because they were always meant to be released sort of as a pair together. Hornet's story and Vessel's story. I don't really have any opinion on which game is superior. I think they're both just really top-notch. Silksong was intended to be a DLC epilogue to complete Hornet's story, but it got so big that they had to make it a totally separate game. I would believe that too. It's really Mr. Mushroom's story. So, I've never done the Mr. Mushroom stuff in Hollow Knight, but the fact that they give you like a quest thing that you can like check off the progress made me complete it in this one. Although, man, it took me so long to find how to get back up the cogworks. I searched for that for like 10 hours, no joke. Just searching all over, and like finally just decided that like maybe there was an Act 4 or something like that that would unlock if I did the final fight. So I did like all the true end stuff and then went back and finally found it. Because like I don't know. I basically like reached a point where I was okay looking at spoilers, and I was like, how do you get up this tower? Like, it is even possible. And the guide was like, yeah, you just use the thing to go up next to like where the entrance is on your map. And I'm like, no you don't. And so I like went and searched like every inch of the ceiling in that room and finally found it. And I'm like, okay, why is my map drawn like this? Like, I was genuinely pretty annoyed, but also really happy to finally find it. I have no idea why I was trying to go back up there, but the guy just hit me. And then the traps hit me. Not my finest moment. Totally thought I could make that. I think what I'm doing right now is that I know that my body is back the other way, but I think I want to use this bench that's down here. I think that's the reason I'm going this way instead of towards my silk. They just don't distinguish the ceiling tunnel from the main hallway. Well, like yeah. Like, it looks like you're supposed to go up as soon as you come out of the transition, but you actually have to walk, like, I don't know, 1/8 of the way down the hallway. And that's the part that, like, really threw me off. Was it was much further down the hallway than I expected it to be. And, like, I swear I had, like, jumped and slashed at the ceiling all the way down and stuff like that and not noticed it. Obviously it was there the whole time, and I just didn't notice it, but It really felt like I had searched the whole thing, you know. I'm sure that cage will never catch me again. I'm sure that was just a one-off thing that I accidentally stepped into it. Okay, so you can get a memory locket. I guess that's a pretty nice upgrade. If I was doing like an any percent thing, probably wouldn't bother coming over here just for the one memory locket. But I think that's all the deeper I can go without having gone down below. And also, if I was doing any percent, I wouldn't come over here for Beast. I don't think I ever used the Beast crest. I don't know. It's probably nice. I should probably go through and try all the different crests and actually like get used to them, especially if I'm going to do randomizers when they become a thing. But for doing like just a sub 5 hour run, I don't think there's any reason to get Beast. But that memory locket could be useful in that context, because that's an additional tool. But I would also wait until I have the floaty dress before doing that. Wanderer is so good. It's so good. I really held off on it for way too long because I thought the down slash was going to make pogoing not work, but it actually makes it easier. My biggest regret in my playthrough is not maining Wanderer earlier in the playthrough. What damage health upgrades would you think is worth it for any percent? So I'm pretty sure there's at least one pale oil that you can sort of like get on the way. And I think that would be worth it. Doing at least one needle upgrade would definitely be worth, if it's not too much out of the way, which I don't think it is. Doing 2 is probably too much, like doing the whole like courier rasher. I think you could have beaten any percent already. I come to this room so many times. It's a nice room. It's a good statue. I don't remember the requirements to unlock Wanderer, but unlocking Wanderer could be worth it in any percent if it's not too far out of the way. Just because I think Lace is much easier with Wanderer than with Hunter. At least for the strategies I figured out for Lace. Reaper is one that you could pick up on the way and might also be better than Hunter. But realistically, like when people like get into doing like fast attempts, they'll probably just do it with Hunter Crest, would be my guess. I doubt people will, for any percent, I doubt people are going to use anything but Hunter. And I don't know if they'll bother with the pale ore. Or pale oil. Is this one I'm really surprised I did not find that merchant. I found him pretty late. I think it was before Act 2, but I think it was like really late in Act 1. Actually, it might have been Act 2. I don't know. I procrastinated on the final judge for a long time. Again, because of the strategy I talked about before, where I wanted to find as much stuff as I could. I wonder if there's a really great tool. I didn't experiment enough with them all. Yeah, so I've seen people doing stuff with the flying one, the flying automaton. This seems really good. The spikes that lay along the floor, I don't know what they're called in the game, but they're like caltrops. That one's really good for some situations. Like if you're in one of those arena rooms and there's a ground enemy that keeps walking back and forth, those are really good. The upwards boomerang. I don't think I used that one. I really liked Chakra's rings because they fly fast and straight, and if you miss, they have a chance to bounce around and hit again. And I liked the long spear because, according to the description, they deal more damage to armored targets, which is probably just flavor text, but it made me feel good about using it. I really didn't use the tools much. I did notice that there are some really good tool combos. Squid's been using the poison thing and the flint gem because then you do like poison fire damage. I used chakras anytime I had a fight with lots of enemies since it ricochets off. Yeah, chakras is really good for arenas. I'm pretty sure Wanderer is meant to be like the vessels. To me, it's the build that makes me feel the most like playing Hollow Knight, the original. And I wonder if the name Wanderer is meant to be a reference to the vessel. Because the vessel left Hallownest and came back, which makes them a wanderer, right? And so I kind of wonder if that's like they probably had the idea to have one of the builds be similar to Hollow Knight combat, and then they probably ended up naming it Wanderer because of that. With the Mechanic Crest, you could be a tool DPS machine. Yeah, I never really played around with that one, but yeah, I guess like when you bind, you can make new tools or something. Which maybe that one's really good for the forum. Oh, I didn't remember that secret room. I think that was my first shard bundle. Towards the end of the game, I had so many rosaries that I started buying shard bundles until I had maximum shard bundles. And I started buying like rosary strings until I had maximum rosary strings. So I don't know what these are. At the 7th bell toll send. Like, I guess this is just lore, but I wondered if there's any other meaning to it. Like, this mark of fealty, all workers, feels like something you're supposed to pick up on. Yeah. ARG secret level. You're waiting for the moss bag video on that? Oh yeah, it's probably a good time to be moss bag. I was also noticing Colette still uses Warding Bell. I gave up on Warding Bell because I felt like it wasn't worth an entire tool slot for Warding Bell. Like, things like Quick Bind seemed like it was much more worthwhile. And once I got multi-bind, like I bought multi-bind and like never took it off. Like, there's probably an exception to that, but no, I don't think there is. I think I put it in the slot that's independent of crest, and just left it there. It was just like, just have multi-bind on forever. An extra 1 point of health. And having it, like, multi-bind plus the quick healing one was a really nice combo. Because, like, you do 2 heals and 2 heals. I used multi-bind until I got quick bind, and then used that instead so I could get myself extra time to dodge. Yeah, so I ended up using both for a lot of the game. And there was a fair bit of time where I was using Warding Bell, multi-bind, and quick. Because that combo can be nice. Like, the Warding Bell isn't useless, but I definitely felt like it wasn't as good as some of the other upgrades. Didn't like the extra time required. Yeah. I did a lot of looking for good healing time in boss combats, but that strategy doesn't work very well in, like, arena type fights where there's lots of combatants. It's definitely like you're fighting a solo boss sort of strategy. But, like, it can be great if they've just used an attack that, like, moves across the room that you have to jump over. Like, jump over it and then multi-bind, and, like, you'll just hang out in the air for, like, hours, and, like, the attack will pass by. The boss will go take a nap, and then, like, you'll be done binding and you can get back in the fight. I think I had spool extender on until I had 5 or 6 extra spools. I experimented with spool extender, but I always ended up taking it back off, because what I found was, like, pretty much any time I could heal, like anytime I had enough to heal, I was pretty much spamming heal.
That's fine.
And so it was pretty unusual for me to actually benefit from the extra silk. Now this magma bell, I think I buy that right away and make very good use of it. Oh, stinging, whatever. I think that's the one that's good to drop on the ground. Think it was like Varia required. Oh, yeah. I can see that. Yeah, instead Varia is much later. I didn't understand from the description what the tool belt upgrade was. I didn't realize how good that upgrade was, and so I actually bought it kind of late, like just when I had spare money. Like if I had understood how good it was, I would have bought it immediately. But I was kind of thinking, like, I don't really use tools and stuff, so it's not a big deal. These doors that temporarily open definitely create some interesting puzzles. Those guys aren't too bad, those flying guys. They're a little trolly. Like, their helmet means that you can't, like, hit them in the head. It's interesting the disparity between Team Cherry's expected 80% versus 100% time. 5 hours versus 30 hours. Yeah. Because I guess that's like this a factor 6 difference, right? So like 1/6 of 100 is 16 and 2/3, right? So I guess they're saying like, oh yeah, do like 17% of the game for any percent. Some of those 100% objectives. I just don't know about. Like, if I could get good at the flea game, maybe I would attempt the hundo achievement. But I don't know, like the stuff I still haven't done just seems really, really hard. I think there's maybe some tricks to the flea game, and it's maybe not as bad as I think. Like, I was reading some tips actually for the juggling game. Excuse me, keep yawning. People were saying like, stay on the ground, don't jump. Dash between targets, and hit them all in the same direction, like facing the same way, and don't up slash, just side slash. So like hit them all to the left, for example. And maybe if I keep all those tricks in mind, maybe it's not as bad as I think. This room gave me so much trouble. I remember this. I was getting pretty annoyed. I kept like failing to jump around the block, and like it was closing on me right as I was getting to it. Yeah, so I think you want to come here and do this fight really early. Without the jump up slashing, I could not get the timing. Oh, so you did do jump up slashing. I was doing that, but somebody was saying that like you if you do that, you run the risk of having multiple that are coming down at once. See, like, their art styles are inverted from each other. So, like, Hornet's eyes are black and Lace's eyes are white. Hornet's head is white, but Lace's head is black, and then she's got the, like, the other thing around it, which is, like, a hat or something. And then, or like, I guess it's her hair. And then also, like, their clothing is inverted. So Lace is a fencer, so she's got those, like, baggy pants. But it also is, like, the inverted version of the silhouette for Hornet, because Hornet's got, like, the dress shape. Their shape language is opposite, yeah. Yeah, so I think they have a very intentional yin and yang duality going on with these two. And most of Lace's moveset is on the ground, whereas most of Hornet's is in the air. You know what? I think I can do it this time. I've got this. I believe. I feel good about this attempt. It's funny, like, I did win this fight, but I really did not understand her moveset at all. Snack versus stick. Exactly. I think I knocked her in the lava in one of these. It might have been one of the super speed ones. No, right here. No? Never mind. Oh yeah, there we go. I felt good about that. That was one of the things I wanted to do in the fight, was knock her in the lava. The slow motion when you win a fight is so satisfying. I was sad that you can't bounce off those bells. Oh, you also have to go and open those 5 bells for any percent. Ah, so I don't even remember where those are. I should definitely put a route together of, like, attempt to put a route together. If it's wrong, that's fine. The act of, like, planning it out is what's important. But I should try to put a route together for any percent. I think probably what I'll do tomorrow is I'll probably try to edit, like, the other streams of this together. This one was kind of a trial run. So probably tomorrow I won't stream. I'll try to edit those together, and then I have some other chores I need to take care of tomorrow. So hopefully I can just get all that stuff done. It might take me more than one day. And then after that, I'll get back to streaming these. I might split them up into like 4-hour chunks or something. This one's going to be like 9.5 hours. I heard there's a Citadel backdoor that doesn't require any bells. That is certainly possible. Because there are a lot of backdoors into Citadel. So like, I don't know if there's a way in through like Underworks or something. Actually, there is. So, I wonder what other upgrades you would need. Because you could backdoor through like Mist Thicket. Yeah, that's definitely worth looking into. But also, I've got jury duty Monday and Tuesday. So, that's probably going to interrupt my schedule of streaming these. Yeah, and it, like, the way we do it here in Oregon is like you're required to show up for 2 days, and then if you get picked, you're on the hook for an entire trial. So the I don't know why they don't I don't know why we do it this way, but like basically like you're going in for the chance to get selected. And they need you to show up in person for that part. I've gone in 2 other times for that and not gotten picked, which makes me think that I'm going to get picked this time because, like, you know, on a long enough timeline you get picked, right? But I think if they ask me my opinion on, like, Portland police or anything, I think I'm just going to have to be honest and be like, yeah, they're terrible. Like, they have connections to the KKK and they harass people and they don't do a good job and the way they treat protesters is bullshit. I've had personal problems with Portland police. So it's not even like a straw man position I made up or something. It's like based on personal experience where I went for a walk one Sunday at like 10 a.m. And got arrested by like 5 police cars, and they had their guns on me and they were yelling at me to stop resisting arrest when I was like standing there with my hands in the air, like trying to follow their conflicting orders. And I just think I think the Portland police are about as bad as police forces get. Like, when people are, like, complaining about police forces, like, I think they exemplify the complaints. So I think if I said all that crap, I probably wouldn't get picked for the jury. Yeah, like, the time that I got arrested like that, they were looking for a murder suspect who was, like, wearing, like, a red shirt, and I was wearing a red hoodie. And so they were, like, they just assumed I was the guy. Like, they followed me in a cruiser for, like, a couple blocks, and, like, I didn't run or anything, but I did think it was weird that they were following me. I feel like if if I had been the actual suspect, I probably would have tried to hide or something when I realized that the police were following me. But, yeah. It was stupid and stressful. So I think in terms of routing, so you fight Lace, that gets you access to far fields. But I don't think I need to go this way. I think what I should do at this point is go towards the seamstress. Go up past the fourth chorus. Those guys with the grenades are so bad. Now, if I was smart, I probably should have switched to tools. I probably should have switched to tools there and ranged him. You know, also, I wonder if you could get into Citadel by getting captured and then entering from the slab. That might be... I got captured in Bilewater, but I'm pretty sure I ran into one of the dudes that captures you in a different zone than Bilewater earlier. So that death there, I didn't understand that the guys that throw grenades, when it blows up, they turn like invisible for a little bit, and I thought he got defeated. And that caused me to, like, heal at a bad time. It's part of why that attempt fell apart. And I don't even think I understood what was going on yet, even after that death. It took me quite a few interactions with them to realize that they, like, go invisible when the thing blows up. That, and that they're extremely tanky. Oh yeah, you're right. Okay, so the slab wouldn't work. Yeah, I had forgotten about that detail. So the mist thicket will definitely get you into Underworks. I just don't know like which upgrades you would need to reach the mist thicket in the first place. Like I'd have to try that one, because that one feels like you need Act 3 upgrades to even get into the mist thicket. So that would leave like the putrid ducks, which I tried really hard to get into putrid ducks in Act 2 and I couldn't do it. Or maybe it was only late in Act 2. I can't remember now. But putrid ducks would have a way in. I'd have to load up my other save file and study the map. I mean, I could probably pull up the map on a website. Actually, I'll try that. Rin! What the hell is Map Genie? Oh god, there's a few POIs on here. How do I turn those off? Hide all. So, let's see. So the Wisp Thicket, I don't know if you can enter the Wisp Thicket without Act 3 gear, but the Wisp Thicket would give you a way into the Underworks. And then from the Underworks... but I don't know, because... Yeah, the problem... So I thought I would go through the Underworks and then into White Ward, but that has a pathway that I don't know about. Kind of skeptical about that now. So then there's also going back through Bilewater. There's two ways through Bilewater. One of them gets you into the vaults. That one might actually work. But I think the problem with that is I don't know that you can actually get started on that one without Act 3 gear. I certainly tried to get into the top half of Bilewater without some of that gear. Yeah, I would... That has me really curious. That sounds like something I kind of want to try for... Kind of want to experiment with. Like, make a new save file. And try to bypass the final judge. So, could you bring, like, if you had the apostate key already, maybe you could get back out of slab. But I don't remember where the apostate key is off the top of my head. Yeah, I don't remember which key. That's really interesting. Oh man. So Seamstress gives me that quest for these spines, and I wander around. I didn't speed it up, but I wander around for so long, not understanding how that item collection works. I don't know if that happened to anybody else, but I thought it was like the shawl quest where I just had to kill the guys. But that's totally not what you're supposed to do. Or at least not the efficient way to do it. Oh, that right there was an input problem where I wanted to dash, but I was holding the D-pad and so it wouldn't let me. I remember that. And thinking that, like, Team Cherry must not have intended this. And sure enough, it was a bug with my input handling that I eventually fixed. I'm gonna go grab a snack. BRB.
Bemito, lelos.
Chameleon.
Él lo ve. Sentação. Bemito, lelos. Pero un torotano.
Did I make a good jump? I think, is this, I have the quest now, right? I didn't make the jump. Not surprising. I failed more than a few jumps in this. Like, per hour, even. Maybe I don't have the quest yet.
Da, finestra.
E lo ve.
Oh, right. This is the part where I found one, but I don't understand how I got it yet. Like this, I don't know why, but this quest was hard for me to understand. It was actually super easy. You just, like, attack the guys, they spit a bunch of spines, you go hit them with your sword, and then pick it up. But that step where you, like, attack the spines that they shoot off, that's the part I didn't understand for the longest time.
Friend.
Yeah, the bugs that, like, throw themselves at you, like, I have so much trouble with them. So many face plants. I'm all out of fresh fruit. I'm all out of canned fruit. But I found some fruit in my freezer. Oh yeah, I think at this point I still don't know how this quest works. I swear I figure it out soon and the quest is over after that, but
Friend.
yeah, this is the part where I was like, there's no way Team Cherry made this quest this grindy. Like, I am definitely misunderstanding something. But it hadn't occurred to me what I was misunderstanding yet. And the quest description, you know, it's about, like, the spines, And I was thinking like a spine is like an internal body part. Didn't really occur to me that the spikes are the spines. I think if I had put that together, I would have picked up on it sooner. See, there's 3 spines I could grab off the ground. 4. And nope, I just walk right past them because I don't get it. I promise, any second now, I'll understand it. I probably should have done a fast forward edit here. See, right there. I think that was the realization. Yep. Now I understand how the quest works. I feel like a dummy for not figuring it out sooner. Man, frozen strawberries are so much better than fresh. The fresh ones, they pick them when they're not ripe. They have no flavor. But fresh fruit can be frozen, like, at the farm. And so they can actually let it get all the way ripe. It's a terrible place to farm them, because everything falls in the spikes. I don't know why I was fighting there. Yeah, frozen blueberries are nice. And that, like, I like having the canned fruit though too, but canned fruit is kind of weird because it, like, is it the canned pears are packed in apple juice, and so like they taste like apples. I don't know, like there's just some weird stuff that goes on with like canned products. Yeah, they're calling it apple juice is a bit extreme, but like they do add like apple. They add apple and maybe it's just apple. If you have canned pears in your pantry and go look at the package, it'll mention apple something in there, like apple from concentrate or something. Maybe I actually like apples, not pears. I mean, it doesn't, like, they can get away with it because it's not a huge flavor change. Like, the two fruit are pretty closely related in terms of flavor. But it's like, I don't know why they do it. It might be to even out the sweetness level. so that like any two cans of the same brand are the same level of sweetness, regardless of which pears were in them.
Madon.
And I think they might do something similar with canned peaches. They get to bulk
Qu'est-ce
out
qu'on
with
met?
apples, but I thought the simple canned fruit was pretty straightforward. Yeah, I think it's basically them getting around added sugars. Because like consumers got kind of wise to like added sugars being kind of bad for them, and so now they look for ways. So like there's a law that says like if they add sugar specifically to a product, they have to say like includes added sugars, and it's like called out as a separate line item on the food label. And so once that became a law, they started looking for other ways to sweeten things that didn't use quote unquote sugar, right? Like, oh, it's not fructose, glucose bonded pair of sucrose, so it's not sugar, it's other thing. And so you can use like apple juice as a sweetener because it's not sugar. You're adding sugar, but it's not sugar, legally, because food regulation in the U.S. is stupid. Like we'll have some really good policy like you have to call out when you add sugars, because like we have a metabolic disease epidemic in the U.S., right? And added sugars are a major contributor. And so then companies are like, well, if we change the sweetness level, people won't buy the product. So I guess we just need a way to make it sweeter without something that gets called out as sugar on the label. It's like, great. Thanks for following the letter of the law.
Hello, babe.
Damn CDC. How dare they? Also, can we talk about nudity in video games? What's with all the scandalous upskirt animations in this game? Next, you're gonna tell me that like they just have a part where like Hornet just gets nude. Oh my god. I didn't even think about the witch part that way. Yeah, I mean she's still forcefully growing something. But yeah. It's still very there's tentacles. by at least two. There's the flea who owns the hot tub. And I think I remember... Is it Grindel? Who's the other one? Oh yeah, new. I forgot about that. I know she slaps two NPCs. Yeah, new is... It's hard to tell what's going on with new. So, when you get perved on by the flea, you can go hit him with your sword afterwards. And then he spends the rest of the game in shame. You know, when they had an enemy named Fourth Chorus, I really thought that implied the existence of 3 other choruses that I would fight. Yeah, I'm seeing that. I was totally oblivious. I was just like in the zone smacking this guy. Healing is needed. Smack, smack, smack. Heal is needed. Smack, smack, smack. Down to 1 health quite a few times. But yeah, apparently it's an either or. So here's a question. Is it possible to fight that guy without the skirt? Like if you talk to the seamstress and left, would it spawn? It definitely strikes me as like you're supposed to have a particular upgrade for that fight. Those guys, their attack lasts a lot longer than I expect. It takes me quite a while before I get used to how long that lasts. Yeah, so that's interesting because so when I fought the Beastfly, those rocks were still up there. And I wonder if you can use them against the Beastfly. Granted, it's really hard to get back up to the top when you're fighting the Beastfly. But I came up with a way that was like semi-reliable where you would harpoon the Beastfly in the face when he's charging at you. And then you could gain altitude, and then he would turn around and charge you again. But because you were higher than you were previously, he would move up the screen, and so you could chain those together. It wasn't like super reliable, but like you could do it. You could chain them together. Also, this room over here with the circle, I never discovered what this was for. I'm pretty sure this is like related to earning a memento. But I never could figure out how to, like... I could never do anything with this room. So this room definitely has a secret that I never figured out. There's got to be more to it than just fighting these two nerds. Which I think I bail on because I get to low health. Yeah, I saw the 4-target version. That was a failed up slash. If you hit them with one boomerang shot, you can upgrade it. You know, I have the boomerang. I don't know if I've ever even equipped it. So because Chakra's weapon is a circle, I hit them with that. It didn't occur to me that that was the wrong weapon. But it makes sense that it's one that you would get from the ant merchant. These, those giant fly guys are so annoying. There's a couple of arenas and stuff with those guys. It's just always the worst. Ilgrim.
Magina Fora.
Did you guys hear that? My cat's growling because I'm holding her. Danny soli mi no set. Sherman's got a good little song.
Buenera.
You know, I used the weighted belt a lot because I didn't know what else to equip. But I don't know that it's actually all that great.
horrible.
Oh, yeah. The yellows aren't like amazing, but there's a couple that are definitely good. Like when you don't have a lot of money, the magnetic brooch is really good, and compass is very useful to have on all the time. But yeah, I feel like the one I'm always not having enough of is blue. You'll see me using the floaty thing a lot. Because that controller issue I talked about, where like I couldn't use the D-pad and the trigger buttons at the same time. So for a lot of platforming, it was easier to use the floaty ability. More reliable. Speaking of reliable, I'm so good at pogoing. I thought that guy was going to kill me for sure. But it was that guy. Those guys can just, like, get on top of you and just wreck your day. And, like, it's kind of brutal having so many enemies that deal 2 damage when you only have 5 masks. That's like, 3rd hit, you're dead. Shit, we reached the Greymoor. Chakra's always a welcome sight.
Yes.
Usually has a bench and a map. Like, the 2 things you always want right away in a new area. Like, there's definitely times when I was exploring and it was like, I don't have a bench. And like, it sucks and it's awful and I hate it here. And then I find a bench and it's like, oh, okay. The exploration's easy now. Oh, you went left. Yeah, there's no bench over there. You clear a lot of Greymoor before needing to turn around. Yeah. Yeah. Colette's at 89% on her playthrough. I think she just went live. See if I can shout her out. She streams a lot of Hollow Knight, and now I think it's going to be a lot of Silksong. I haven't heard, like, her full take, but, oh yeah, here, I just randomly swam under this, which is what you need to do, to open the gate. I just randomly did it without even knowing that it was the puzzle. You see me like taking a second to even notice there was a lever. I was like, oh, go inside? Wait, there's a lever? I'm not sure if I did the fast forward here correctly. Hopefully I don't cut out too much actual content. Did you get the quest to go down in the basement here? That was kind of a cool quest. I don't know what the trigger is. It was a very long time after I did this area that I finally got the summons for it. The Crawfather. Like, it made me wonder if that was a Crawdad joke. It just showed up after a bench I respawned at. Oh, so for me, a craw came and delivered a like a note or whatever. These guys, the big ones that throw the three things, are so obnoxious because, like, I want to hit them from below, but they bounce so erratically that I constantly bump into them trying it. I think you're supposed to, like, stand away from them and either use your magic or your tools. Like, I'm just kind of fighting them the worst way possible. Yeah, I think this attempt should have been one of the fast-forwarded ones. Some number of a few types of birds. I murdered so many birds because at one point I was farming rosaries. After defeating the wizard ones. I got it a long time before the thicket, but I found the thicket, like, very late. Like, I think I had already done True End before thicket. Like, I found the entrance to the thicket pretty early on, but I didn't have the ability to go through the entrance, and I just completely forgot about it. I should have used a map marker. Oh yeah, I did a save and quit because I didn't want to lose my shit. I didn't want to double die. And I think I ended for the day. Or not the day. This is actually, all this video is from day one, from the launch day, but I think I took a break. I think, like, I probably went and had dinner and came back. Yeah, I didn't want to double die, so I think I took a break, decided I had been playing for too long. I was just realizing I have my magma charm on, but like it's not actually useful here, so I guess it's because I didn't have anything better. But yeah, for a while I was murdering birds because I was farming rosaries off them. I'm surprised I didn't unlock it then. But maybe I didn't murder enough different types of birds, because I was mostly killing these low-level craws. I probably had a cat jump in my lap, is probably why I paused it there. I'm gonna be back in a minute. Alright, we're back. Yeah, this place took me a while. These kind of like chaotic arenas, they're just hard. And I feel like I don't ever get good at them. I feel like I just sort of get through them by luck. Whereas like solo boss fights, I feel like I actually just like get good at the boss. But these, I don't know. I don't know how you get good at these. Like, obviously there's some amount of improvement, but yeah, I don't know. And if that had been a parry, I could have taken a second to heal. Did I not fast forward any of this? Maybe I forgot to fast forward. I don't, like, when you've got like 12 hours of video, it can be kind of hard to scrub through it and find the specific thing you want. I know there's some fast forwarding of this section, so I remember doing it, but yeah, it doesn't seem to be happening right now. There's definitely sometimes when like I reach these kind of areas and then I like stop and go do something else. But I don't think day one I did that very much. I do tend to use Warding Bell in arenas like this, so I think it does help a little bit. It's just not a very good ability. Sometimes you just need a montage, you know? Look at that. Look how fast I'm fighting. But look how fast they're fighting. It's like for every bit faster I got, they got faster too. Eye of the Tiger. That's right. Eye of the Hornet. I'm calling it. This is it. I'm going to get it this time. I feel good about this one. Ah, I was wrong. This one, this arena did take me quite a while though. I just found this, like, just really difficult to manage the chaos. All of these different birds have like really chaotic fighting styles. One might say birds are jerks. So high-pitched chirping is kind of funny. Just picked up Silkstorm. Oh man, Silkstorm would be so good here. Yeah, I never really thought about that. I was kind of under-geared. Because what... Like, what is even the point of this fight at this point in the game? Like, I don't know that I get anything all that useful out of this. Because like you were saying, like, I could go explore, like, the entire left half of Greymoor. Does this give access to Reaper? I don't even think you need this for Reaper. your back seating's not working. I think I'm just gonna sit here and keep trying until I get it. Like, I feel like any attempt, like, even this attempt could be it, right? I've been pretty close several times. I can't even hit my Silk. How am I gonna win this fight? And it's not getting off to a good start. Already taking 2 damage. I'm already healing. Oh jeez, another hit, another hit. Oh man. I actually think I just killed that guy in the corner out of frustration. Like, I was starting to get annoyed at the fight. Like, I'm just gonna beat the crap out of this guy in the corner and make myself feel better. Look at this, and I can't even kill this phase without taking a bunch of hits. Yeah, I don't know. This attempt might not be it. Alright, I'm back in the fight. See if I can take these guys out. These guys, I just find these guys really hard because I don't know what they're gonna do. These ones are at least can be manipulated fairly well. Also, if you kill them with a down slash, they die the same way the crows in Battletoads die, which I think is on purpose. I kind of think they referenced Battletoads with those. Stupid Flappy Bird. Oh, it's falling apart. Oh, that guy almost hit me. Can I clutch it out? Oh, I did one lucky parry, but then that guy hit me. I'm down to 1 health. And this is the most annoying guy. I can't seem to hit him. He almost got me. Oh, and then we clutch it out at the end. Flappy Goose Goose. Yeah, first try. It was that montage. I remember being like, wait, that's it? Like I activated this thing, like that's it? There's nothing else? What the hell's up with this place? What a waste of time. Why did I bother with this? I was also like, I'm not dying to this rat now. My reward is freedom. And then when I came out here and I was like, oh, now I can climb this, in theory. It's possible to climb this. I can't do it, but it's a thing that can be done. That hitbox is so insufferable. I was just like, great. Just what I want to fight more of, these assholes. God, they're so insufferable. They just stay like right at the end of your range. Yeah, and then they'd smash into you like that. Classic. I didn't actually know what that machine did at that point, and I was like, wait, it just gives me rosaries? It just gives me 60 for 80? I was, at this point in the game, I was like, man, what a ripoff. You lose 20 rosaries? Like, what's the point? Later in the game, I used the rosary strings all the time, so I decided it was like super effective, super good deal. But at this point in the game, I was like, well, that's dumb. I don't want to just like, I don't want a tax of 20 rosaries. I was worried if I went down there, I wouldn't be able to get back out. So I wanted to, so I left so that I could explore other stuff first. So, yeah, the main thing I found him useful for was to, like, make sure that if I was deep in a new area and I stumbled on a toll bench, that I'd be able to buy it. Even if I had, like, recently double died or something. Which did actually, like... I guess the more common thing was I got to a new area, went one way, died... respawned at the bench, got back to the area, and went the other way, but hadn't gone back to get my body yet. And then ran into a bench, and then I popped the rosary strings to be able to use the bench. That's probably the most common thing that happened. There were a couple of doozies, that's for sure. I wonder if I lost more than 25% of my rosaries through double deaths. Yeah, I certainly did. But at some point, I was just resigned to using double deaths strategically with the rosary strings. And it's interesting, like, in my Hollow Knight first playthrough, I don't know if I even double died at all.
There's a hole?
That's fine.
Itamora. Bomba.
Mio fene?
Nu, ushinu. Mushka. Ushimula.
Hironare.
Nushalamu. Ulamu.
Wait, how long have I been muted? I obviously you don't know the answer to that, and I don't either. I'm a bad streamer. Oh yeah, I did use tools in this arena, and they were pretty helpful. I really didn't know the attack patterns of these guys. Those particular guys there are super obnoxious. I still don't know a good strategy for fighting them. Pitchfork guys. You never tell between the anticipation for their jump versus their lunge. Yeah. And you want to react like totally differently, right? I think I just ended up like using a bunch of tools to kill them. Or not. Maybe I just hunted him down. Crap like that, that's just a lucky find because I attack every wall. I meant to... I walked back to that trap because I wanted to hit it and disable it, and I stepped on it instead, and I was so annoyed. Oh, man. This video game. Totally not gonna die to this mouse. This giant rat. This rodent of unusual size. I wonder if I ever came back for that. Oh no, I was able to get it. That's right. Oh yeah, and that's pretty good. So, like, if you were doing an any percent run, I don't know how important memory lockets are, but that one is not too far off the beaten path. Like, might actually be worth grabbing. One thing I think I haven't done is fill out the monster journal. No, I haven't either. I'm pretty close. I think I'm like 230 some out of 235. I was watching Colette kill something that I hadn't thought to kill. So that's like one more thing I could check off. I don't know why. I don't know why I chose to jump over that instead of just swinging my sword at it to disable it. Like, I chose the dangerous option. It's fine because I'm full health, but definitely could have done that more safely. This place just keeps going. It's like secret after secret down here. I say as I finally hit a dead end. But I don't know. Is the monster journal needed for Hundo? In Hollow Knight, I don't think it was. I think it's only needed for an achievement. You got 100% on the end screen. Okay. Yeah, I'm at 98. So there's that spool that you said is behind a wall. I'll go check for that the next time I boot up the game. I don't think that'll get me a percentage because I don't think each individual thing is worth a percentage. But like that and the flea game might get me to 99. But I'm also missing like 3 or 4 mementos. And those mementos are probably the biggest thing keeping me from 100. I mean, even one thing will keep you from 100, but like in terms of like the the most items I'm missing. It's mementos. Damn fresh makers. Oh, mementos don't count? Interesting. So, yeah, maybe it's just the spool and pale oil that I'm missing. I'll probably try the fleas again. It would be nice to get all the way to 100%. It's just not that big of a deal overall to me. Like, getting true end was the big thing for me. Yeah, so I didn't play the game until the expansions came out, so I can't say for certain. But my understanding is that, yeah, each patch that came out increased the percentage a bit. Because, like, there's speedrun categories for 106 and then 107, and they're on different patches, I think. And then, like, 112 is the, like, most recent patch. So, I'm curious where else you fight Moorwing, because I fought him here, because I hadn't moved the flea caravan yet. And this fight took me a few tries, but I think it took fewer tries than those craws I fought. Like, I didn't really think that this fight was that bad, but apparently on the internet, this is a fight that people are like, I think this fight got nerfed or something because it was considered too hard. And, like, I don't want to be like, oh, this fight was super easy, I got it on the first try, because I definitely didn't, but, like, compared to other fights in the game, I don't think this was that bad. It definitely took me a while to learn how to dodge some of the cycles, but they're not... Yeah, I don't think they're that crazy. It's mostly about wait for it to move before you attack. That's the big thing. Find out what pattern you're getting, and then move in for a hit or two. This thing, I thought this thing was hard to dodge in the, like, phase 3. Because of the way those curve around, it kind of gets you by surprise. But, like, I came pretty close to beating this guy, like, just on this first try. It was mostly, like, not understanding how to dodge this attack that cost me the fight. Oh, well, head bonking certainly didn't help. This is the boss Ivy will never see? It did? Wait, why? Did Ivy give up before this part? I forget exactly what happens here, but I end up not going back to the fight right away. But that ends up being a good thing because I unlock Garmond and Reaper from Bellhome, and it just never spawned. How do you... What? How do you do that? How do you... Don't you have to come up through Farfield to get to this high? What's the alternative route? Do I still have that map up? I do still have that map up. So what else could you have done? You could have gone through the wormways to get to Shellwood? Is that what Ivy did? Those guys being able to travel through the floor definitely caught me off guard. Interesting.
Oh, hola. Oh, hola.
I liked Garmond. I was worried there was going to be like... Well, I guess my fear came true in the end.
Oh,
I was worried that Garmond was going to have an ill fate as soon as I met him. Like, he struck me as an analog to Cloth from Hollow Knight.
Oh, mamido.
Which, if you've played Hollow Knight, Cloth is the character that will show up when you're fighting Traitor Lord, and she dies during that fight. But there's a way to skip. There's a way to skip that. Like if you don't talk to her at certain parts in the game, like if you just ignore her, she won't show up at Traitor Lord, and then she won't die.
Buenita.
Yeah, and then
Oh,
lying by his
it's
side
hard,
forever. Yeah, it's pretty sad. His faithful steed, Zaza. Garmond was pretty clutch in my playthrough, though. He saved me in a lot of areas. Zaza, the real one? Yeah. Now you guys have me wondering about alternative routes to getting... So, like, if you farmed the money real fast, you could buy a simple key and get into Wormways. I don't know which upgrades you need to get through Wormways. Maybe you don't need any. I'm almost certain to get through Blasted Steps you need some upgrades, though. But you guys have me really curious about trying all these alternative playthroughs, like getting the curse ending. Trying to get into Citadel without without opening the bells and without fighting the final judge. So I think at this point I still haven't gone back to get my silk. So I'm like trying to be really careful and not die, which means I don't really want to fight these scissors guys because I don't know their moveset. Got tilted at the judge too, more almost from the run back. Yeah, the judge has a challenging run back for sure. I think, like, one of the things that I really liked about Hollow Knight is there's very few run backs. Like, Traitor Lord has one, but you can use the Dream Gate to negate it. And I feel like the main reason I've bounced off of FromSoft games in the past is because I got sick of the run back. But maybe I'm more mature now and can handle the run back better. So maybe I should give FromSoft games another chance. Maybe the Hollow Knight games are my stepping stone to Souls games. You know? Baby steps. I came in here and I was like, wow, I have a fair number of rosaries on my corpse right now. This is probably not wise. Like, it's very easy to die and lose a bunch of rosaries. Why am I doing this? And then, like, you notice, I just keep going deeper. I'm not turning around. And now I'm locked in. Oh, good, with these guys that I don't know how to fight. Excellent. Guess I'm gonna have to learn their moveset sometime. Oh, okay, they do that. And that. Okay. Narrowly dodged that. That was lucky. And then I thought there was going to be two of them. I was grateful that it was these guys who are actually pretty easy to manipulate. Like, I sometimes get hit by them, but for the most part I can kill them without getting hurt. And I know there's a good, like, sprint attack, but I can't actually use it at this point. Oh, I was a little bit stressed out to see this guy spawn, though, because especially considering he got some early hits in. And I don't know how to deal with him. Staying airborne definitely helps with those guys. And then it's the two scissor guys that I thought I was getting initially. I thought I was screwed right here. And yet somehow I did it. For now, at least. Not like I'm out of here, but I survived that room. I like all the dangling scissors. I think I would like Reaper more if it didn't make you so slow. Okay, you can press the button now. Yeah, we read it. Come on. I think I needed to take a break after that because that was actually kind of stressful, knowing that like my corpse is somewhere with a whole bunch of rosaries on it, and that like I decided to wander into a locked room. Like not smart. Probably cat petting time. I probably went up and used like got up and used the bathroom and stuff like that. I kind of think that the memory lockets should have maybe been like independent of the individual crest. I think doing it that way would encourage experimentation for players, because right now it feels like if you invest and maybe this was the intention, but like right now it's if you invest your memory lockets in a crest, you kind of feel like you got to use that one, right? So then, like, the alternative is, like, hoarding your memory lockets because you don't know which crest you want to, like, unlock them on. And I think that's the part I don't really like about it. It's like, I don't really want to spend the memory lockets until I have all of them. In case I get in a pinch and, like, really want to switch crests because I think it's going to be valuable to a fight. I think at some point I just decided that, like, I liked Wanderer and Hunter and felt like I could probably beat the whole game with either one of those. And so I just started going down the list, spending my lockets, just, like, not even caring which crest I was using them on. But that was sort of more like the nihilistic approach, where it's like, oh, maybe nihilism's the wrong thing, but just the sort of like, well, I guess I don't care about any of these, and I'm just going to spend the lockets to get them out of my inventory. I don't know how many times I went through that door thinking it led to the bench, and it just takes you outside. Yeah, I basically came here and I was like, just get this stupid slow thing off me. I want my Hunter crest back, but it took me a while to figure out which button is Y on my controller. Olive, you're a furry cat. I don't mean you're a furry who's a cat. I mean, you've got a lot of fur, even for a cat. She just has the softest, densest fur of any short hair I've ever met. Unlock the red crest without another tool. That's right. But if I ever find a tool, we're good. We good? Yeah, we're good. That guy there, took me a while to figure out how to get through him without taking a hit. But, like, I liked that you could run off that... Oh, and that guy. You gotta jump that pit. But keep in mind, because I can't... Because of my controller being messed up, I can't jump over things easily. So, what I end up having to do to dodge those is, like... so I developed this input habit where I would release the trigger and then jump. And it actually turned out to be pretty useful in a fight later on. Which fight was that? I can't remember which fight. It'll, like, when I actually get there, I'll remember. But, yeah. I had to develop muscle memory for releasing trigger before pressing jump or the D-pad. Oh, I think it might have been Lace 2 where it came in handy for me. I was so worried that Garmin was going to die in this fight. I actually did worse in this fight after he started joining me, because it took me a while to like learn to ignore him. Like I was kind of visually a little bit confused about where I was and where the monster was. Eventually got it sorted out. I fought way too aggressively that time. Learning how to dodge his phase 2 orbs is really what this fight came down to. Some attempts went very fast. Carmon didn't even come out in that attempt before I lost it. Oh yeah, farming the rat. Because I took too much damage. Certainly not a free fight, but I didn't feel like it was too bad. I was kind of surprised to learn that the internet felt that this fight was really, really bad. There's a fly in the room and both cats are just like on it like a hawk. Probably had to pause to pet the cat. Very important to take cat petting breaks. You can see that I'm starting to understand how to dodge these attacks. Until I wasn't. But for the most part, I definitely was getting better at it. Still using Warding Bell. It's not really useful in this fight, but it's still like the best tool I have. I didn't really have much for yellow slots. Yeah, I decided to farm that guy for silk. Man, that fight was really close. That was a long one. It'll be interesting in a year. People won't. I bet in a year's time, people won't think this is a hard game anymore. Things will be like so figured out. Like Hornet really has a tremendous move set, and I think like everybody who's sort of like quote unquote naturally good at the game right now is probably just people who played a lot of Hollow Knight. And I think once people start to like really master Hornet's moveset, they'll just breeze through these bosses. Well, there was one mod. The only mod I've heard of is somebody said removes Silksong double damage because that's boring, and then you read the finer print for the mod, and it says replaces it with triple damage. It's kind of a joke mod, but I love the audacity. Remove the boring double damage, replace with triple. No, it's just the real progression. Yeah, for sure. Like, and knowledge of like good strategies, right? Like, I don't know. Like I've beat all the boss fights, but I don't feel like I'm necessarily good at most of them. Like the way I got good at Hollow Knight, not that I was ever like amazing at Hollow Knight or anything, but like the way I got like decent at it was doing randomizers that forced me to do bosses without the gear that I beat them with in my casual, you know. So I had to start to learn like, oh, like the way you answer this pattern is this. If like regardless of what gear you have, this will work. And I think like developing that level of mastery for Silksong will lead to some interesting strategies. Alright, I've got good feelings about this attempt. Okay, maybe not this attempt. Shishin! Ha ha ha! Okay, stop headbutting things, Hornet. I do think that this is probably the first boss that you really have to wait for it to do stuff. Like this is probably the first boss in this game that most people encountered where you really want to like respond after it does a move. Because like the early game bosses in these kind of games, you tend to be like kind of okay if you push the offensive, but once you get into the middle and late game, it's really more about like waiting for the boss to create an opening before you attack. And I think that's probably the main reason people find this boss difficult. Like some of the attack patterns are kind of hard to dodge, like that one that I just dodged. And like that one you have to be getting out of the way fast as soon as it's coming. But for the most part, you have to like wait to see what it's going to do before you can do something. Like if you get aggressive, this boss will wreck you.
Yeah. Ritala, ha ha. Ritala.
Okay, I thought Olive was barfing, but she's also chasing the flea. I think she's like running around with indigestion, and it's like I wish it was easy to get a type of cat food that has like no grains at all, because I think they give Olive indigestion, because she's definitely on the pukier side for a cat. But it's hard to find. It's hard to find like pure protein meals for cats that are affordable. Yeah, she's a good kitty though. But sometimes I wonder if the reason she likes to cuddle so much is actually because it's like she's self-soothing because she has indigestion. Bellheart's so creepy. Oh yeah, I asked earlier and I think my mic was accidentally muted. What color did everybody pick for their bell in Bellheart? I picked blue. Came out as a pretty nice color. Blue sounds like a cool color. Oh, you haven't played this game yet. What are you doing watching all these spoilers? I don't know. Given how difficult this game is, I understand it's not for everyone. But I certainly... This is like Game of the Year for me. I don't even remember what else came out this year that was comparable. This game has like obliterated my memory of games.
Corocatello. Menasaur.
Bell Hermit's so grumpy.
Horala.
You haven't played the first Hollow Knight? I kept wanting to call it Hero Knight. I think it's worth playing that one first. You probably heard me say this earlier. I think it's worth playing that one first because I think it's easier. The moveset for the main character is simpler. And so, like, you can sort of, like, master the basics of the gameplay for this one by playing that one. If that makes sense. This definitely feels like a more advanced version in terms of like all the different abilities and stuff. They just like took everything from the previous game and turned it from 10 to 11. I don't know which one I would consider to be a better game. It's a bit like Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom in that way, where like they're both top-notch. I really couldn't tell you which one I enjoy more. The customization went down a bit. Builds are kind of pre-built with Cress. Yeah, I suppose there's a case to be made for that. I feel like most of the customization is meant to come out of like tool utilization. You know, because there's there are still combos, but there are probably more charm combos than there are tool combos. Because, like, I noticed you can add poison, and I think both poison and plasmium. No, maybe it's just poison. I've noticed poison changes a few tools. It changes plasmium, which I don't know what it actually changes about it. I didn't figure that part out. I just know it makes your plasmium go from blue to purple. And it changes your fire damage to poison, or it adds a poison element to your fire damage if you use it with the flint gem. So I don't really know what's going on with all that stuff. I don't know like what all combos exist. Somebody somewhere described it, and I wish I could remember who to give credit to. Somebody described it as the highs are higher and the lows are lower in Silksong, which I think is probably a fair description. Like one of my favorite moments in this game is like many days from now, but if you've played the game, you'll know what I'm talking about. Is when you escape the abyss. That escape sequence was so fun. I just even though I fucked it up a bunch of times and it was challenging, I loved every minute of it and was just like, I beat that section and then like put the game down for a while and just like went on Discord and was just talking about how much I love the game and like in a completely spoiler-free way. I wasn't willing to tell anybody what I just experienced and like why I was so, gushing about the game, but that part was just, I don't know. I just loved it. It was so fun. It was fun. It was beautiful. It was challenging, and it just felt kick-ass in the moment too. Like it was very thematically appropriate. I don't know if that was my most favorite part of this game, but I really enjoyed that. I heard they're gonna do patches that add additional content. And I have no idea. Like, if that's true, I just have no idea what they're gonna add. This game already feels complete to me. But some stuff that they could add to bring it more in line with Hollow Knight is like, they could add some sort of boss rush area, like the Pantheon. I could see them adding that. Those are kind of fun because you can like practice all the boss fights. I could see them adding something kind of analogous to Path of Pain. I could see that being popular, especially given all of Hornet's movement abilities. And they've already got like little sections that are reminiscent of Path of Pain, but they don't have anything that's just like a capstone version. I mean, the closest, like, I say that, but they've got both Mount Fae and the Mr. Mushroom quest. And the Mr. Mushroom could definitely be considered a capstone on like, movement challenges. But, I don't know. I feel like they could add more and people would not be sad. But I really don't know what they plan to add. I could see them adding like a new super boss at the end. Somehow I could see them, like, I feel like they left room to extend the ending. It leaned pretty heavily on the Silk Spear. The, like, claw line or whatever it's called. The upgrade I don't have yet. Whereas Path of Pain felt like it used every one of your skills. Yeah. Yeah, Path of Pain, yeah, I think that's a really good way to put it. I was thinking something similar, but I hadn't quite put it in those terms yet. I'm terrible. I I don't know if I'm good at that. So I really struggled with the Mr. Mushroom thing. It took me a really long time to get through it. But I feel like I'm decent with that ability. It's just that's a very challenging section. Like some of the what to call it? Like the window for using the ability is just extremely tight. Oh, I'm terrible with names. Sorry, I totally misread. I misunderstood what you were saying. I thought you were saying you were like terrible using the ability, but you're just saying you're terrible with remembering names. That's very different things. I'm terrible with understanding typos. So there, take that. Go catch that fly. There's been a fly in this room all week. I don't know where it came from, but it's like stuck in the house. And it comes out in the evenings, and the cats like to chase it. There's actually like 2 now. It started out as 1 fly, and now there's like 2. I'm thinking I might need... I need to go grocery shopping tomorrow, and I'm thinking I maybe should pick up some fly strips. I don't know where they're coming from. I don't know if I've got like a hole in the screen or something. They flew in when I opened the door. Who knows? But several of them got in the house, and they're obnoxious. I mean, the cats kind of have fun with the flies because, like, it gives them something to hunt. But they're not actually very good at catching the flies. So this next boss that's coming up here in a second apparently got a nerf, which I actually didn't think it was hard at all. Like, it did take me like 5 or 6 attempts, but that was mostly just me being an idiot about how the patterns worked. And like when I beat it, I think I had almost full health at the end of the fight. Although maybe having a lot of health at the end of the fight is a sign of a hard boss because, like, you win by going damageless. I can't imagine how many hours the art team spent drawing to make this game. There's just so much hand-drawn art in this. And it's not like... It's not simplistic art either. Like, it's fairly detailed stuff. This is the tradition I had, is like try to pogo off the top bell. It's a Hollow Knight game. Always check for secrets on the other side of the elevator. The boss's moves were very intense and you felt bombarded, but it was really understandable. Yeah, so I don't know what they did to nerf it exactly, like... Did they slow down the movements or something? I didn't look at the patch notes. I started to read the patch notes, and the very first item would have been a spoiler had I not made it pretty far in the game already, and so I immediately stopped. Now I could go back and read them without feeling like I was spoiled. But Clueless was in here summarizing them earlier, and he said that Sister Splinter got a nerf, Morwing got a nerf, and I can't remember what else. These guys are so obnoxious at this point in the game. I don't have a good ability that's an answer to them. Like, I have that silk spear, but it takes like 3 silk or something. Something expensive. And I have tools, but I didn't really like using tools all that much. I definitely say that, like, compared to Hollow Knight, I felt like using spells in Hollow Knight was, like, so worthwhile. I felt like spells in Silksong, not worthwhile. I didn't update until I finished the game, but I was well past these 2 bosses anyway. I think they also made all environmental damage 1 mask, which would have made the gear tower much nicer. Yeah, I just let my Steam update automatically. I was somewhere... I was almost in Act 3 when I got the update. So I was through most of the game by then. I think there's a way to down patch on Steam. I guess if I really wanted to, I could have, like, played on the original patch level. Now, this place confused me when I got the needle in. You played on Switch? So is that a Switch 2 specifically? I've heard the first game lags a bit on Switch 1. So this room confused me for a long time because after I got the needle in, so that mural thing I just looked at, that statue, says something about, like, sing a song for the fallen or whatever. My brilliant idea here was to go farm enough soul to heal before I attack whatever was in that room, and then I just kind of fucked everything up. And then I think I forgot about going up there, actually. These spear guys, so annoying at this point in the game. Like, after you get the harpoon, the claw line, whatever, those guys are fine. But with my current loadout, they're just so bad. I think that guy even kills me. I don't remember. Oh yeah. I think I spent too many rosaries on that thing because for some reason I forgot that was just going to give me a necklace. I was so annoyed that I spent all my rosaries on that. I really just wanted that bench, and I don't know if I knew about breaking the rosaries. I think I did, and I was just hoping to find a guy that'll farm rosaries off of, so I didn't have to do that. And I think I end up dying instead. Pretty sure I have some unfortunate thing like that happen. Yeah, I think I wanted 10 rosaries off this guy, and I die instead. Here it is. It's coming. Wait for it. Nope, we get 60 rosaries instead. Well, I sure as hell thought I was gonna die. I wasn't too far from Bellheart, so it's like, you know, if I die here, it's not that big of a deal. I don't know, I was having a hard time hitting that top bell on that one. Yeah, I think my plan here was to fall and save and quit if I fall. I'm pretty sure I end up doing it. Oh yeah, I can't. I was trying to mid-air dash, and because of that input issue, I wasn't releasing D-pad, so I couldn't mid-air dash. There, I got it. I know it's a classic thing to like blame the controller, but yeah, I had really bad settings. And it was even worse if I tried to use the analog stick. Not that I had tried at this point, but later when I was testing it, because I was like, is this really how they program the game? And then when I couldn't get things to work with the analog stick, I was like, okay, there's no way it's supposed to be like this. I think it was when I used the analog stick, I couldn't jump. And it's like, there's no way, because like if you look at the controls, they recommend the analog stick as your default movement, which I disagree with, but it's what they present in the screen. And it was like, okay, if the analog stick, which is the recommended movement option, doesn't work with the jump button, there's no way it's working as intended. Like, there's no way they released a game after 7 years in that state. And so I went in, that was around the 32-hour mark. So I went into the Steam settings and switched the input type to Steam input, and then went back into the game, and I could press any buttons together, and I was like, oh yeah, I've had this wrong forever. It made the game so much easier to play. Oh yeah, the dead bug purse is in here. I don't think I ever ended up using that. Even when I was like worried about double dying, I still never switched to it. It says you lose fewer rosaries when you double die, but I don't know. I didn't know how much fewer was. I didn't want to experiment to find out. On the purse is admitting defeat. Yes, that's the real problem. I don't know if I'll be able to identify them when I'm like scrubbing through the recordings, but if I can find the spots where I just went around and farmed rosaries, I'll put those on fast forward if I can identify them. But I might have to watch a lot of the VOD to do that, and I don't think that's a great use of time. I have like 100 hours of video to go through. So like I would like to cut it down to the most interesting parts, like what progression I decided to go after, what sequence breaks I attempted, and how well they went. To me, that's what's interesting to preserve. But like the fact that I spent an hour farming rosaries so that I could buy the upgrades right away, maybe not interesting. Like, the fact that I did it might be interesting, but the hour of the farming, not interesting. It's just me, like, slapping a bunch of Citadel bugs. She didn't make a very good map of Wormways. Calling it now. These bugs also super obnoxious with my current gear. Things really change once you get claw line. That harpoon is just it's so good. It's such a like iconic ability for this character. But we don't get it for quite some time. I don't even remember where it is. That'll actually be a nice thing about rewatching this, is seeing a reminder of where that is. On subsequent playthroughs, it definitely feels like a item to prioritize getting. Those guys that dive bomb you and headbutt you, so annoying. Ow! Part of me wonders if there's something, if there's anything I missed in that room. Like looking at that ceiling, kind of wonder if I think I'm one memory locket short. I think that's what it was when I was trying to remember items I'm short on. So I'm missing a memory locket, the flea stuff, and a spool. Between those three things, that might be my last 2%. I don't really know like how many items per percent on average. You know, I kept just running through this room for the longest time, and then one day it occurred to me that I could probably kill that thing. And so I did. Just murdered the hell out of it. Oh yeah, I think I get a new crest over here. Or is that later? That might be later. I think maybe you need to be able to go up. Yeah, okay, I don't get it yet. I think I would also prioritize getting the needle in faster in subsequent playthroughs. That seems like a pretty important item. Is that Wanderer? Oh, that might be Wanderer. If that's the case, that does make it kind of out of the way for speedruns. Yeah, I think that's probably Wanderer. Because you fight a whole bunch of random pilgrims in there. And I think that makes it thematic with Wanderer. Shawl! Oh yeah. As soon as they built that bridge, I broke it again. Because I wanted to see if the bridge would reform when I like left the screen and came back, and it didn't. It actually would have been kind of nice bridge to leave. To leave in place. But I think you're supposed to break it because there was another like interaction that happened after I broke it that I don't think would have been possible if I left it intact. all the poor efforts of these bone bottom bugs. Bone bottom. They also built a statue and you could just tear it down for shards. I left that statue for a really long time and then I got curious about whether I could break it. I'm so terrible because I broke things just because I was curious if I could. I go, hey, could I tear that down? Oh, I can. Okay, neat. Well, I don't really care about the fact that I can tear it down. Just wanted to know if I could. See? Just broke that bridge for no reason. So even though I have the controller input issue, there is one point, maybe in around hour 20, where I did it by accident. I did a dash jump, and I was like, oh, what is this? Am I discovering some secret ability? No, it's an ability you're supposed to notice right away, and I'm just an idiot. An idiot with a controller issue. Control issues. At this point, I probably should have just gone and fought Sister Splinter. In fact, I thought that's what I did, but I forgot that I did all this, soul searching down here. True ending is a bridge intact playthrough. I really thought when you go back to the Abyss for True End that you would have something like the fire escape, but instead of fire it would be void. I was really expecting something like that. Like you have this grueling fight with Lace, and then grandmother would wake up and chase you all the way back up to Cradle. I'm not saying I want that, but it could have been cool. It also could have been tough as nails and too long. But I had this theory about you know where the Father Fire is inside that bell? You can reach that bell from the other side on the outside, down in the Underworks. And I found that, and then I went back down into Shellwood and discovered, or maybe that counts as Bellheart, one of the two, they kind of overlap, and found where it would be under that bell is a bell vein that goes up to that bell, and there's this set of gears down there that are in the ceiling, and when you hit them with your sword, they rattle and look like you can break them. So anyway, I developed this theory that maybe you can I don't know. maybe that like when you escape the abyss the second time, you get chased up through the world, and like that causes those bells to smash down through Bellheart, and then that bell moves out of the way and exposes some part of the underworks. That was because I hadn't found the wisp thicket yet, but I had all kinds of theories about what happens later in the game that didn't turn out to be the case. And like honestly, with how challenging Lace, like the Lace 3 fight is, I'm kind of glad there wasn't like more to that sequence. Like what I'm describing would definitely need a checkpoint. Like after the Lace fight. Yeah, see, Warding Bell, like, I guess Warding Bell prevented, like, an extra hit there, but what I didn't like about Warding Bell is that you still lose your Silk, and you don't get a heal. And sometimes with Warding Bell, you get a partial heal, which is pretty nice, but the fact that, like, worst case scenario with it is common, and in the worst case scenario, you like avoid the damage, you lose all your Silk, and you don't get healed. Made me not really like it very much. And like at this point of the game, I don't really have anything better to put in that slot, so I'm using it. But I don't know, somewhere in Act 2, I kind of ditched Warding Bell pretty much for good. Like I tried it out a few times after that. And every time I tried it out, I went right back to the other stuff that I was using because I was like, oh yeah, this really just isn't good anymore. It's really suboptimal. Stupid breaking platforms. I don't know why this area has so many of them. I always miss those flies and then go for a second hit and then they clobber me. It's like clockwork. But yeah, in some sense, I feel like Warding Bell doesn't make up for. What am I trying to say? Knowing when it's safe to heal makes you much more successful at the game than Warding Bell bailing you out when you heal at the wrong time. And so, like the only times that Warding Bell is really good is if it's like a really chaotic fight where it's hard to create an opening. But because you're like you're not actually getting the healing, it's also still not great. So I don't know. I just feel like Warding Bell creates more problems than it solves. Put it that way. It sounds nice on paper, but not a huge fan of it. Daggett's Warding Bell theory, it makes you a worse player. Yeah, pretty much. It papers over your lack of knowledge of the fight, except it doesn't paper over it very well. I almost did a fast forward on this Flint Beetle, because getting this first one killed really took me a while to get this sorted out. But I think this might be the urn right here. I say, as I probably die trying to farm enough silk to heal up for the fight. Yeah, that was dangerous going in for that follow-up hit after I missed. These beast flies are their movement, like, I just let it troll me all the time. Alright, we got it this time. We don't not got it. See, I try to keep the range on him, but like, he takes up that whole platform with his stupid jump. It's like I have to leave the platform when he does that. And then falling into that guy, that was chef's kiss. And I don't quite get enough soul or silk to heal. So I have to come up here the risky, like, one tap. Which I get the tap off, I get the silk. Unfortunately, I don't get the heal off. Warding Bell didn't save me. Didge. That's right. Yeah, I probably should have done a fast forward on this. It's hard to find all these when you're scrubbing through. It's much more obvious when it's like when there's a boss fight or an arena room. But I didn't have flint beetles on my radar when I was scrubbing. I was actually wondering how hard it would be to make a little image recognition tool that can look for the death animation and put a marker in the timeline of the video editor. This is probably way harder than it needs to be. But like, if you could do that, you could just look for zoom all the way out on the timeline and look for a cluster of deaths, and that's probably where you want to add a fast forward segment. So you could like mostly automate the process at that point. But I've never really done like image analysis like that. I don't know what tools you would use. Like, I know there's a library called OpenCV, Open Computer Vision, but I don't know what you would do to actually make it work. Like, would you use like FFmpeg to like export all the frames of your video and then do computer vision analysis on them? Like, I don't know if there's a library like OpenCV that works for video. There probably is. And then the other part is actually connecting it with your video editing software. I was using Shotcut, and I don't know if that's scriptable. But I guess even if you just knew like which timestamps, you could go in and add the marks manually, and as you're doing it, you would see where there's a run of them, a bunch clustered together. Or you could even make a separate program that visualizes the timeline with markers, and then just have that in a different window, and then compare it. I'm just rambling about video editing. It's definitely, like, I would like to develop video editing as a skill, but I don't know. It's kind of hard to learn. Like, I think learning it mostly amounts to just like doing a whole bunch of it and having very specific tasks. Like, I don't know if somebody's created a course. I know like DaVinci Resolve has some like courses about how to use their thing. I think DaVinci Resolve works on Linux, so like maybe that's a thing I should look into. And there's probably some books. I don't know if books are a great way to learn. video editing, because like probably by the time the book got published, it was outdated in terms of like the UI. Like the same kind of problem I have with like Blender tutorials, where like there's a lot of really great tutorials for like Blender 2 or Blender 3, but like we're on 4.5, and sometimes even tutorials for Blender 4.0 are out of sync with the UI for 4.5. And sometimes it can take a while to find out that that's the reason you can't figure out how to follow the tutorial. It's like, oh, Blender decided to change the way it does things. And typically for the better. Like, I'm grateful for the improvements, but when tutorials don't match and you're like a total noob, it can be hard to figure out what the delta is. What is the delta, yo? Now, I've said before, I did this thing where like I frequently revisited areas. I was thinking at this point in the video that I went back to that I made progress in Shellwood, but apparently I came back here and unlocked the flint gem. Like right now I'm looking for that other flint beetle. I completely forgot about this side quest. I think I've got 2 more still. I think you have to kill 3 for the quest. I just did the 1 so far. It's a pretty good upgrade though. I definitely used it in a couple fights, and it was pretty clutch. I just didn't really like using tools very much. So I mostly stuck to upgrades that had it like more passive benefit. Like, if it didn't cost shards, I was more likely to equip it and use it. I did see that thing. I just wanted to make sure all the enemies down here were dead before I attacked it. But watching the playback now, it's like, oh, did he even notice that thing? Just like walked right up to it and walked away. I guess you really want to go under it when it hops. I guess it's good to watch yourself play the game once in a while, because then you notice your mistakes. Alright. That's 2 flint gems. Need 1 more. Also need 1 flea. I think I end up finding a flea in a much later area. Still convinced there's something to do with that room. I don't know why I checked in here. It's not going to be, like, there's not really a good place to fight it down here. Always want to activate it when a boss gets prone, but it wastes time. I'm almost always, like, when a boss gets staggered, either I desperately need to heal, and I do that, or I desperately need enough silk to heal, and so I just go whack them a bunch of times to build up the silk to then heal, and then, like, the stagger's over by then. I did like that they give you a really big cutscene when Lace starts her final phase at the end. Because that gave me enough time to load up all 6 of my plasmiums and decide if I also wanted to use a heal. I think for the most part the bosses are really well designed in this, in the sense that you can learn them. You can like master them. I don't know that it's universally true, but they've got like 30 bosses, right? So of course there's going to be some that are more or less learnable, but the ones that are the hardest to learn are the ones that use a lot of just random shit. Like they'll summon 3 ads and then use abilities that fill up the screen. Those are hard to deal with. But bosses that fight you like one-on-one, extremely learnable. I also appreciate, like, there's a fair number of bosses that will change their pattern based on if you attack them. Ads always overloaded my smooth brain. Yeah, same. Like, Lace being the sort of, like, the strongest example of a boss that responds to your attacks. But there's a bunch of monsters and enemies and stuff that, like, they'll do one thing if you don't attack during their pattern, but if you attack during their pattern, they'll switch and do another thing. And I think that's really good boss design. One thing I will say, and I'm not always following my own advice super well, is in these kind of games, like if you're playing these and you're struggling with a boss, it's always worth running into the boss fight and just staying alive as long as you can. Like, don't even worry about dealing damage. Just see how long you can stay in the fight. Because if you can stay in the fight not dealing damage for a long time, that's a certain level of proficiency that carries over when you now start looking for openings, right? So then, like, you can do it in these stages where it's like you go into the fight and all you do is just stay alive. Don't even bother dealing damage. Then you go in and, like, once you're fairly confident, you can just stay alive if you need to. Then you go in and you look for, like, openings where you think you can sneak a hit in. And then if that's going well, then maybe you look for ways to be even a little bit more aggressive, you know, and you just sort of start ratcheting it up. It's a really great way, like, across video games. Like, I learned it as like a trick for Mega Man games, but it works here too. But the thing I was talking about before, where the bosses respond to your attacks, kind of throws a wrench in it, because, like, you'll learn how to stay alive when you're not attacking, but you might also have to learn to stay alive when you're attacking in a completely different way. And, like, I definitely had that with Lace too, like the Citadel Lace, where it's like I was staying alive just fine when I wasn't attacking, but the way she would respond to my attacks, I really had to learn new strategies. That was my advice while WoW raiding. Live your way to victory. Worry about your DPS when the boss enrages. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. Like, if you're not setting off the enrage timer, like, because you're dying before it happens and the boss isn't dying, then, like, that's a whole nother interesting problem to have. Because at least you could get that far. Now you just need to ratchet up the damage. Masterfully executed. Just walk off that ledge right into the spikes. Chef's kiss. There's so many times, it probably won't come through very well in the recording, but there's so many times when I was playing and my my controller would disconnect, and then when I got it connected again, not all the buttons would function, and I'd have to like save and quit, exit all the way out of the game, and then reload it. And I don't really know who's to blame. I can use this controller all day long with some games on my computer and not have a single problem. But when I play either Hollow Knight or Silksong, at random times it'll disconnect like that. It's one reason why I don't really do like Hollow Knight speedruns, because I don't want to deal with, like, I don't want to be on like PB pace and have a controller disconnect ruin the run. Like, that's just not my idea of a good time. Oh yeah, I was really torn about how to use that memory locket, and I decided that I probably didn't want to use Reaper at all, and so I went ahead and used it, but I made sure to check that I had unlocked everything on Hunter, because I was pretty sure that you can use Hunter anywhere for anything. But I think that's the problem. Like, when I see Reddit posts of like people who have like given up on the game because they're like, I'm too much of a casual or whatever, like, I kind of want to tell them about like Colette's journey through playing Hollow Knight, where she went from somebody who doesn't play video games and she was afraid of like just random ass enemies in the level, like not non-bosses, on her very first playthrough, and she was like running away from them. And she went from that to like 4,000 hours later, she plays some of the hardest randomizers you can imagine and like destroys them. And like, she's beaten the game on like just completely insane settings. She's beat Pantheons. She's done all Chivo speedruns. Like she went from somebody who like isn't a gamer to mastered Hollow Knight, right? And it's just through practice and through thinking about bosses and like, you know, what's working and what's not. And I suspect the people who are just like throwing themselves at the game and getting frustrated, I think it's all just a mindset thing. Like, they're not really thinking about the fact that like, oh, here I am trying to give Reaper a second try. I think I was specifically curious about how the pogo part works. This experiment doesn't last very long. But like, when you're stuck on a boss fight, it's really good to think about things like, am I lasting longer during phase 1 than I used to? Am I getting more hits in? Am I, you know, is my muscle memory adapting to their movement patterns? You really need to be focusing on the positives about that kind of stuff. If you just think about it as like, every time I go into this fight, I fail. Yeah, you'll get frustrated. You'll get frustrated real fast. But instead, if you think about it like, okay, I'm starting to see where I have openings. I'm starting to see how to dodge that attack after, like, the boss retaliation attack. And if you view it as a puzzle, like, oh, when the boss does this, I need to do this. And how often did I successfully do that maneuver? And if you start thinking about it that way, it starts to become this positive cycle where you're like, I'm getting better. And like, think about it as like, it's going to take me 4 hours of practice to beat this boss. I just finished 1 hour of practice. I'm going to put the game down. I'm going to take a break. And when I come back, I have 3 more hours of practice and I might be able to beat this boss. You know, like those kind of mental, like it sounds like mental gymnastics or something, but my God, is it effective for keeping yourself positive and like actually making progress in challenging games and not raging about it. And the thing about like a game like this, where the things are very learnable and they're not like heavily RNG all the time, is, oh yeah, that was me practicing pogo and deciding that Reaper's not for me. You see, I go take it off. I remember this now. I was like, "Fuck that! I'm out of here. This pogo sucks." Not understanding. I should have gone to practice on the lanterns. But anyway, what I was saying, those small tricks, they really do add up, and they retrain how you're thinking about the boss fight, and you go from like it's frustrating to this is fun, and then things are so challenging in this game that it becomes quite rewarding when you persevere, and in part because when you persevere on these hard boss fights, it's because you learned them. Like the next time you do a playthrough, the next time you meet that boss, it'll still take a while. It's still not like automatic, but like it'll be much easier. Like maybe it took 2 hours before, and this time it took 30 minutes, and you'll just like you'll keep getting better. Like play through any percent 10 times, and you'll be way better than the first time. Like you're not like I used to think about it like man, that took me forever the first time. It's always going to take me forever. But that's not the case. Like, you're going to get better. Even if it feels marginal, you're going to get better. Yeah, I should have practiced Reaper on that thing. I called it a lantern. I don't know what they are. Are they pumpkins? Are they berries? I don't know what they are. But I should have used Reaper on that, and I think I would have discovered that it works fine for Pogo. But instead I chose to use it on those strung up bugs. I think they call what I'm talking about a growth mindset. Think about it in terms of like the growth that you're going through. The growth you have left and the growth you've accomplished. Because like I've said, it blows me away that 20% of the reviews for this game are negative. This is such a beautiful and beautifully executed game. I don't think 20% of people should be downvoting it. Like, that's way too high. Like, I understand there's always going to be that like percentage of people that hates everything, but like 20% is way too high for this game. It's a good attitude, though I don't always want to have to be good at a thing to enjoy it. Yeah. There could be a content tourist mode. It's definitely Wrath of the Righteous, which is a Pathfinder 1 video game. That's kind of how I feel about Wrath of the Righteous, is just play it on content tourist, because when I've tried the normal difficulty for that game, I just feel like I have to save scum every fight to beat it. But I feel like this game, I don't know exactly what it is. I would actually like to better understand what their formula is. But in this game, when I lose, I really just want to go back and try again. There's something about the way losing works in this game that just makes me go, you know what? I want to try again. I can do it this time. Put me back in the game, coach. And that's not always true. There's definitely games like DMX and X Fusion. I did not feel like put me back in, coach. I felt like, what the fuck happened? That was frustrating. And I think partly it's because in this game, you can kind of tell what you did wrong a lot of the time. And I think also like having your silk be left over where you were kind of makes you want to like go back and grab it. And then it's like, well, I'm already here. I guess I might as well attempt the fight again. I finally discovered that secret. I had to stop there because I was like, how did I not notice this last time? I really don't know what to do with this trap. I have no health. I can't heal. Do I run through it? And then I realized I could jump dash over it. Cut the tall grass. Grab the ledge. Okay, is this a fight? What is this? Is this a fight? I don't have... Do I save and quit? He doesn't seem to be attacking.
That's fine. Mi offende?
That's the boomerang thing that you were saying to use on the sign to upgrade it. I do eventually come back and buy that. I just didn't want to. I just didn't want to buy it from him right now. I'm worried about traps. I think I end up hitting a trap anyway. Yep, there we go. I was trying to jump that one. I was kind of surprised I didn't find that room before. I swear I had jumped against that wall. I was so eager to get up there. Did you ever come back after you bought out his stock? I came back and he was dead. Is that what you're thinking of? I don't know what the trigger for his death was. I think it was because I came back in Act 3. But I guess I could also see the other ants being pissed off that their weapons got used against them and that they came and took out vengeance on him. Made me wonder if he'd live. Yeah. Did you go back to the mechanic after you bought all of her inventory? The one in the underworks? Yeah, same deal. Yep. Exactly. Colette discovered that last night while I was watching. I didn't go back to her after buying all of her stuff. And then she was joking about how like everybody you go back to dies. It's like, yeah, kind of do. What? I got caught in that trap again. I didn't think that would ever happen again. Well, surely that's the last time in this playthrough that I get caught in that trap. Surely won't happen another time, will it? Last time for sure. I think this is the first time I've been over here with the... Oh. Yeah, is this when I fight the beast fly? This is definitely yakety sax. I had so much trouble with this fight. Like, it took me a while to get the boss's moves down, and then it was like add hell. And then I've never used Beast for anything. I've equipped it, sat back down at the bench, and unequipped it like 3 times. Never actually... I don't think I've even attacked anything with Beast. The Beast Fly's horizontal signaling is awful. Is that the one I don't think I had too much trouble... I think... So, I don't... It might have been Beastfly 2 where I really learned his patterns, but fighting just the Beastfly by himself, I can do no problem. It's really when he has friends that I can't deal with it. Those, like, Beastfly 2, those guys that spit, the guys he summons that spit, what I would do to beat that one is when he would summon them, I would walk out of the arena but not go through a screen transition, but stay in that area, but just walk off the screen. His summons would go away, and I'd go back to the fight, and it was just like a super clean kill. I probably healed at some point during the fight, but like almost didn't need to. Yeah, a cheese I discovered because the game glitched on me. This first attempt does not go well. This one was at least 10x. 'Cause I was here for quite a bit of real time. Not gonna lie, I found this very challenging. As I've heard many people have, that this was not an easy fight for people. Like, to me, this was worse than, like, Moorwing. Like, you'll notice these fights are not lasting long at all. Because I'm not following my own advice of figuring out how to dodge. I had to go back to the bench because I took too much damage. Too much run back. Yeah, the bench was too far away. Hollow Knight 1 was definitely better about, like, small run backs. The worst run back I remember in Hollow Knight 1 was Trader Lord. And you had Dreamgate by then. So you could actually just, like, get off the bench and warp. That trap. I'm sure it hasn't caught me a single time since we started doing this run back. See, that one lasted a little bit longer. That one was super short. I eventually learned how to dodge him. Oh yeah, I questioned my choices. I got caught in the trap. Oh yeah, see, so I'm starting to deal with his summons. Well, that's the other thing, is you don't know what he's going to summon. Like, it varies. I think in this version of the fight, you kind of want to ignore his summons and just get him to kill them. But if he summons the big guy, it can be really problematic because they reduce your maneuvering. And you don't have wall cling yet, or at least I didn't. You definitely don't have to do this fight as early as I'm doing it. But I didn't know that, right? Like, I didn't know what the reward was, or how important the reward was. It turns out it's completely fucking optional, and, like, I never used the reward. So, like, I could have saved this fight until, like, Act 3. you did this in Act 3, you'd just obliterate this asshole. See, that fight was pretty long. So I'm getting better. That one was super short. Just an anomaly. They won't all be like that. Okay, let's have a good fight here. Okay, that one was super short. I was probably just frustrated and just went ham instead of actually trying. I got caught in the trap again. Stupid trap. Oh, look at that one. That's a long one. Oh my god. That one was almost a win. One of the best things about this game is that there's toys you can go back to find like this. Yeah. Yeah, like, I was just investigating. I was just looking for other stuff and found, like, a unique fight out in the sands of Karak. It's, like, totally optional. There's, like, this statue that you can wake up and fight. You get a memento, so it's, like, not even needed for hundo. And I won with a particular strategy that I think might be the intended strat, but it was, I don't know, it was kind of interesting. Man, yeah, see, these fights are, like, getting right down to the wire now. Well, that one wasn't. But some of them got caught in the trap again. Some of them are pretty good. Not that one. Caught in the trap again. That one was decent. One of these times, I'm gonna get it. You just wait. So if you can run and jump, you don't actually need to do what I did there. Oh hey, no trap that time. It's also fun to run away from that guy and have him just fall in the spikes. It's not going well. He does things in threes, so he does 3 horizontal, and then he decides if he's going to do more horizontal or vertical. And if he does verticals, he does 3. So once you kind of know that, like, he does things in threes and then chooses a new pattern, it helps a lot for dodging him. But then I headbutt him all the time, because I'm bad at the game. And then he summons the little versions of himself that are some of the worst. At least the guys that crawl along the floor are easy to get him to kill. So that last hit I took was just greed on my part. Could have avoided it. So this is a bad combo, but I got really lucky that he smashed the big guy early. I really would have had a hard time maneuvering there. That I just handled poorly. And it's that easy, folks. Just don't die to that stupid little guy. So, Beast is probably better than I make it sound. But it's just at this point in the game, I think that all of the crests are horrible for pogoing, and that like I basically won't be able to do platforming if I use them. And so I just have like completely written off every crest that isn't Hunter. Even though Hunter has that like weird diagonal pogo that I struggle to aim with, I just have this impression that like all the other ones are worse. It's not a correct impression, but like if you're wondering, like I basically like switch off all of these as soon as I get them, as soon as I get back to a bench. It's purely because I think that I won't be able to pogo with them. Not purely. 90% that, 10% that I think that like their abilities are questionable. Because like what they do when you bind matters. Like there was one of them I really kind of wanted to use more, the witch one, but it like makes it so that you don't heal. It makes it so that you lifesteal, and I just was not interested in. Or no, maybe this one makes it so that you lifesteal. Yeah, but I think it was this one actually. So I was not prepared for lifesteal, like as a change to the core gameplay. Even though there's probably circumstances where lifesteal would probably be even better than healing. They both do it? Okay. Got to check that wall for secrets. Don't get in the trap. Oh! Oh, would you believe that? I managed to get in that trap again. So, like, I guess this has some utility as being, like, good at, like, attacking through other things' attacks. Oh, that was a good use of a spell in the wrong direction when I went to, probably meant to heal or something. There was some times early on playing this when I used the wrong button, because when I play Hollow Knight, I have healing on the trigger. And I have dashing on a face button. And so there are times playing this when I like accidentally press the wrong one of those. I've been meaning to change the way I do it in Hollow Knight because and so I didn't change it when I started playing this. I also didn't want to go into the menu. There's that trap again. I also didn't want to go into the menu when I first started playing and look at the controls because I knew it would spoil me on some of the mechanics and upgrades. I know that probably sounds like crazy levels of avoiding spoilers, but this is where we are. Like, I didn't watch the trailer, I didn't read the press releases, I didn't look at Discord or Twitch for like the first week that I had this game. I really wanted to play it totally blind, first impression, all my own, and so there we are. Don't even want to look at the controls in the game because I know they're going to mention upgrades by name. Yeah, get trapped, nerd. This also means the next time I go back to Hollow Knight, I should swap the controls back in that so that dashing is on a trigger. Should preset them to the defaults. Although, probably I'll probably just have separate muscle memory for the two games. But I would like to untrain that and have the same control scheme in both games.
Friend.
I saw the binding for the hook shot in the control menu and then was waiting half the game to find it, seeing rings everywhere and knowing. Yeah, I was convinced the rings were for something. And given that Hornet has like this harpoon thing, like I kind of guessed what it was going to be. It works a little bit differently than I guessed. Like I thought you were going to be able to send it off in a direction of your choosing. Instead of just left or right. But yeah, I guess it wasn't too hard to infer that you would get an upgrade like that. You're glad it isn't aimable? Yeah, I guess if you had to use the analog stick to aim it, that would definitely it'd be potentially pretty bad. I mean, yeah, Dread plays that way, right? And we get through Dread just fine. The biggest difference between Mega Man and Metroid is that Metroid can aim, and Mega Man can only fire left or right. It's not actually the biggest difference. There's barely any legit platforming challenges, though, in Dread. I think you're probably right. Like, what's the area? What's the jungle area? Ferenia or something? The one that has the mushroom platforms. That's really the only place that comes to mind for me in that game as being like interesting platforming. I do, there's definitely a part of me that wants to go back to doing those Metroid 1 through 5 speedruns. That was pretty fun. Like, it could be that is just something I'll never do again, but I certainly had a lot of fun with that. That month of just, like, speedrunning Metroid games. The most stressful of those was Prime. And I feel like that's because Prime needs a lot of dedicated practice that I wasn't doing. Like, if I just took, like, a month or two to just speedrun Prime and just work on strats for rooms that I was struggling with, I think I could probably de-stress a lot on that speedrun and have it be more fun as a result. There was a room near Phazon Mines. There was like this huge vertical room that had like pirates on random platforms and there was like turrets. That room in the speedrun, so stressful. And like when I watch other people's speedruns, they do these things where they like jump in very specific places and there turns out to be like hitboxes that you can land on. And it totally removes all the like... So, learning how to do the technique, very difficult, and I'm sure it's very easy to fuck it up. But when done correctly, it removes everything that I hated about that room. And I really, like, if I ever return to speedrunning that game, I think I would really want to master that technique because making that room not awful would just make the whole run 10 times better. And there's nothing wrong with the run. I was enjoying it. But that one room was always so bad to get to at the end of a run and then like lose your run because of that one stupid room. All right. I'm going to take a potty break. I bet you let's see. So we've got 2 hours left in this run. In this recording. So I bet you I head back to Shellwood next, but I'll be back in a minute.
Nesvir?
Fabiano.
I have returned and I have a cat.
Rama.
Hello, Zoe. Can I pick you up? Would you be sad if I held you? Yeah, you would. I never once used that sting shard. It was very good use of craft metal. I wish I had bought the pouch, but I didn't quite understand. And this was a poor decision. Oh, I guess I don't have a simple key yet. I have so much trouble jumping up these. Gets me every time. So, Zoe, it's okay, kitty. She let me hold her for a little bit, and then she just instantly got really pissed off about the whole thing. She gets very cranky. She's getting old, and she doesn't have patience with me anymore. Yeah, I think beating Sister Splinter was the last thing I did in this. So many breakable walls. I think I just come steal this guy's beads. I don't even know if I finish him off. That magnetic brooch and that thing is good for like early game money farming. Well, any time that you need money farming, but money farming is most valuable in the early game when you don't have much of anything. You get so many more options, things to try out, builds become available. Going back and starting another playthrough, it's going to be painful to only have 5 masks. I definitely have gotten used to like being able to take 5 damage before you think about healing. All these random like sitting there on the menu, I know I've already said it a bunch of times, but like that's because my cats came over and said hi to me. Yeah, so I probably won't stream tomorrow because I'll probably I'll do my chores and I'll edit as much of these videos as I can to get like a pipeline of them. I might make them smaller, like I might make them like 4-hour chunks if I can. That might mean splitting things up more than I did when I actually played through the game. But if they're in like 4-hour chunks, then it's something I could stream in addition to other things going on in the day. Well, the other thing is like, I might look into like trying to stream them from a laptop or something so that I can like keep using my computer for keep using it for other things. Although I kind of like sitting here and being able to comment on things. But like one thing I had thought about doing is like sort of streaming these while I work on other stuff. But I also kind of like adding some commentary. I just maybe will run out of commentary because like there's only so many things I can say relative to how long these videos are. Because there's like 100 hours of stuff total. But we'll see. I might clean that up. Like if I can identify the sections where I was just rosary farming, then like I'll fast forward through those and some stuff like that. And I think starting around like maybe somewhere after a week, 4 days, a week, somewhere in there, I got to a point where like I mostly just had big boss fights that took a really long time, and so those will compress down quite a bit. But the first couple days of this, I spent most of my time just wandering and getting familiar with the map and my abilities and that sort of thing. Like what this has been. Most of the boss fights have been fairly quick. I was not expecting that guy to be here. I also had no idea how to fight him. Like, he's basically a small Watcher Knight, but, you know, you don't know that until you know that.
Verdaste-me.
Yeah, this is kind of a weird thing that the Hollow Knight games do, where, like, some merchants you can go behind them and have a conversation, as opposed to asking about their inventory. Ask, you know, what they have for sale versus a conversation with them. So if you're ever trying to get, like, all the lore dialogue, you gotta remember to try to walk behind merchants and see if they have different lines. Yeah, this room. I still don't understand this room. I'll come back here on my other save file. Wait, it's my only save file. I'll come back here later and try throwing the curved thing at it. So this guy's had lots of rosaries, but nothing else really going on in this room. Era. Oh, yeah, I keep looking at my map and seeing that there's like doors that I haven't, like transitions I haven't gone through. And I keep forgetting that they're like locked from this side, and so I keep like coming back here and like visiting them again, even though it's not productive. Like right now I'm looking for the transition down here. Then I hear a sound over here. I'm like, oh, do I want to go that way? But the sound is just the fleas.
Paravos.
Oh, this time actually maybe I was going to turn in the wish. And then I think they asked me if I want to ride with them, and I'm like, hell yeah.
Cadestre.
Barishkava.
Barishkaba.
Yanaga Mushke. Paravos.
Caspin.
Barishkava.
Barishkaba. Oh yeah, and this unlocks Flea Brew.
Younger Moshki.
They are lack respect.
Hironare.
Dag Tolben. Dag.
Janak Moske. Barskava.
I probably should have used that Flea Brew more often. I just, you get like 30 doses of it, and then you have to come back to the caravan. And the caravan for a long time was hanging out in blasted steps and was like kind of obnoxious to get to. So it made me not want to use.
Muszka. Umumunu. Nusla.
Makanki, 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 makanki. Makanki, 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 Makanki.
Ren!
boy, ah.
Mandoresa.
Era!
Hello? Thank you, Neen. I don't know why this happens. I've been talking up a storm since the raid. Thank you for the raid. I don't know if any of the people from the raid even heard me say thank you. I had all kinds of questions like, what was Dwarf's stream about? I've just been talking. So I don't like, it wasn't muted in OBS. My mic just stopped working. And I don't know why that keeps happening. That's the second time this stream that like I had to like turn the mic off and turn it back on again. It's kind of frustrating. Cause like I don't, if I don't look over at the volume meter. Yeah, no, I was talking up a storm about like my thought process going through Greymore, trying all those sequence breaks, what worked, what didn't, what ideas I had for other sequence breaks, what abilities I thought would be coming up. Trying to add that live commentary. I really can't tell if their grenades damage them. It really seems like they don't damage them. Yeah, I don't know why the mic keeps cutting out. That's really weird. Cause like it's one thing when like I click the mute button, but this was just like OBS stopped being able to pick up audio from the mic. Oh come on, okay game. Okay, no, this is okay. That was rude. The game is cheating. Can I farm some silk? Nope, maybe it's not safe. Hopefully I won't die here, right? Oh, but there's an item. I need this. Don't bonk the guy. Still not enough silk to heal. Oh, and it's just a sharp bundle. Shard bundle. I've been calling those sharp bundles. They're shard bundles. Don't. Oh my god. You know how close I was to death right there? Yeah, Dwarf probably ducked out already. hopefully my audio was working when that raid happened, but now I kind of suspect it wasn't. Such a beautiful game. Such great world building. These fucking troll things. So I know I finished this up in Shellwood. I forgot that all of this was still day one, using that simple key, and like, I kind of regret it. Like, I don't know that there was anything good behind that simple key. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, I could have gotten into this whole area where I used the key just from far field. So it seems like it's maybe like the worst use of a simple key early on. I don't know. Maybe there's some value to it, but I feel like it might have been the worst choice for where to use the key. Okay, let's not die to the big guy. I'm gonna die to the big guy. Nope. Oh. So that right there, that's what I was talking about. Like, sometimes the ledge grab ability is actually a detriment. Because, like, part of what caused that death, like, I wasn't being careful enough, but part of what caused it was I tried to turn around in a way that caused me to, like, ledge grab and then go back up on the platform, which means that I just lost, like, 5 seconds in a very time-critical situation. 5 seconds is exaggeration, but like 2 seconds or whatever it takes to like grab the ledge and climb back up. Couldn't interrupt that animation, right? Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, I'm pretty sure everything I can reach here, I could have reached from the far field side. Here I go trying to double die. This fire area is it's a bit strong for my current abilities. Like only 5 masks. Even though I have the magma thing, the magma bell, I'm pretty weak for this area. I haven't upgraded my nail and or my hearts. And so it's just very dangerous here. That doesn't stop me from farming these guys, but it probably should have. I'm really not sure what to do here. So I'm like, maybe fighting this guy, I can farm some silk off him, and then I can like heal up and take on that previous screen. But I also don't know this guy's attacks at all, so it's like kind of dangerous to be doing this. And there's this guy, but these guys always manage to hit me. But we pull it off. We get the heal. Then I follow a much more cautious approach on this screen. Which basically involves baiting this guy to do this loop. Those guys are so tanky relative to like my nail strength. But these guys are so obnoxious. I feel like they're always on the side facing you. And they're also like kind of off screen until you're like committed. But like even this area, like I think I already explored this, so like definitely that key was not worth spending down here. My other option was to spend it in Wormways. Oh, that's the flint slate? For some reason I thought I got that from that quest I was doing earlier where I killed the flint bugs. So that's actually a really good upgrade. I used that a few times. Most tools I never used, but that one is good. I would use that one again. It's really clutch when you just need a bit more DPS and you have time to activate it. The biggest weakness of it is you have to activate it and then it's only good for a little while. So like in a really tense boss fight, you might never find an opening to activate it. But if you can get those two to come together where you activate it and then you can do some quick hits with it, it'll set the enemy on fire. And so it'll continue to take damage over time. But it's kind of, I think it's random whether it sets the enemy on fire. So like, it's best when you know you can get like 3 hits in right away, like before it wears off. Because like 3 hits is, I don't know if 3 hits is like literally guaranteed, but it's basically guaranteed to set them on fire. So I keep trying to use my little like route around strategy on this guy, because they're kind of obnoxious. They just take so many hits at this point for me. And all my other attempts to fight these guys ended up in me dying, so even though it takes for ages, it just feels better to go slow about it. Get on a little greed hit because I missed with my other hits. And then I start thinking like, well, I can always get the greed hit in. What's the harm in that? Which is probably fair. I was being very cautious. Okay, so okay. So, being realistic about it, I couldn't open that door previously. So, what it did get me access to was the flint slate. So, this area is worth spending a key on early if you really want the flint slate. But everything else in here is locked up until later in the game. And I actually could imagine the flint slate being really useful in Shellwood, some other places like that. Like Sister Splinter, I could see it being really useful in her fight, because she gives you a fair bit of time where she's off screen, where you could activate it. Like, she's off screen and you know she's about to come back on screen, so you could like activate it. Yeah, I saw that guy and I was like, fuck that, I don't want that guy. Not on 4 health. He hits me twice and I'm dead. But I was like staring at that map because, whoops, I fucked up. Staring at my map there because I was kind of like bummed that all the simple key got me access to was the flint slate. Like, it's kind of nice that I opened this up so that I can come from either side and get all the way through, but I definitely won't need this area until much later. So it's kind of a bummer of using the key down here. I don't know that Wormways would have been much better for me. I think if I had used it on Wormways, I could have gotten access to a different upgrade that's like also decent. So like both upgrades you get access to with the 2 simple keys that I could have, the 2 simple locks I could have opened, are not bad. They're not bad. But I think, I don't remember where the 3rd simple key place is. So there's 4, and I know one of them is an NPC that you can unlock, but I definitely won't need him for quite some time. Like, I can wait very late on him. So it's the 3rd place that I can't remember that is probably the best place to use it on. I really should have just left that fight as soon as he hit me, because the next hit was I knew it was gonna be dead. Well, I'm not too far from a bench, so that's kind of why I went with it, but yeah, I definitely should have just left, because the only value to killing him is like whatever rosaries he's gonna drop, which isn't, like, I need rosaries, but there's a million things I can farm for rosaries that are probably more profitable than that guy. Yeah, so I think this is the point where, like, my general strategy, I was talking about this earlier, my strategy here for finding things has been, like, get an upgrade, do a bunch of backtracking. In this case, the upgrade was the key. I came down here, I finished off this area. Doesn't seem like there was anything else for me to find. I don't know it at the moment, but I don't have the upgrade needed to, like, do the rest of this area. And then this nerd starts chasing me everywhere, so I'm just like, okay, I just got to get off the screen. But what I'm going to do next is I'm going to go back to Shellwood, because it's kind of the like the most recent area I've discovered, and I haven't finished exploring it yet. So I'm just sort of like, yeah, there I used the wrong ability because of my muscle memory from Hollow Knight. I've got different keybinds. I've got my buttons set up in different places, and so I used a spell instead of healing, which really not good. And that's why it's not good, because if I had gone through that screen transition and back, that guy wouldn't have been down there, and I could have safely peeked at that door. But, you know, you gotta die 50 million times so that you know what to not do. But yeah, I think I just book it for a Bell Beast after I get my corpse back. Unless this guy double kills me. Which I immediately become concerned is a thing that's going to happen. Narrowly avoid those bugs. Everything down here wants to deal 2 damage to you. It's really quite a dangerous place that I've gotten myself into by spending the key down here early, and I should have spent it in like the Citadel or something. So I know that ring is how you open that door, but I don't know what allows you to use that ring. Now I've got one of these guys on me. I'm probably gonna die again. I feel like my best hope is to like kill him through the ledge, but he's like shooting grenades at me anyway. This was just a horror show the whole time. I'm just like, how do I get out of here? I need a little bit of silk to heal. These guys are killing me. Everything's killing me. Can I go this way? Do I need to go up? I was in a bind here. Okay, I did manage to get the heal. Killed that stupid thing. Do a mic check. Is my mic still working? It looks like it's still working. I'm paranoid now because it's died twice in one stream, and like at least once I left it muted by accident. So it's like 3 times I think this stream I've been without mic. That I thought I was just rambling away like this, and then like the mic's off. Streaming is hard, you guys. Audio, I've said it many times, audio is the hardest part of streaming. You wouldn't think it, but it's so easy to mess up audio. Well, I guess I don't go to a Bell Beast. I fly back to the Greymoor. This game has a thing where sometimes if you cancel the parachute, you can't open it again. And I'm not sure if it's like an eaten input or what. I thought it was just me, because sometimes this game like disconnects from my controller and weird things like that. But it was happening to Squid, and he's playing on Windows, so if it's happening on Windows, it's not just a Linux weird thing. Like, Unity's not the best on Linux. Like, I'm grateful that Unity works at all on Linux, but it definitely doesn't work as well as it should. I just don't think the company behind Unity has much financial incentive to get their stuff to work well on Linux. Like having it mostly work is good enough, probably from a commercial, viability standpoint. Probably don't have a lot of Linux users. There's always that, that's always the tax on Linux. It's like, does your hardware work? Does suspend and resume work? Does the software you want to use work? I always expect there to be like ways to swim under platforms. I know something's up in this room, but I don't know. Like, I try to pogo off that. I will say it's definitely starting to feel like things are tanky. Because I haven't upgraded my needle at all. Hey Zero, thank you for the raid. Hopefully my mic is working this time. Last raid my mic wasn't working and I didn't know. Welcome in everybody. This is a recorded live playthrough. I always loved that marketing term. This is recorded live. Like, you mean it's just a recording? Like, it's not live if it's a recording. But they mean like it was live when it was recorded. Yeah, well, like everything is. And I've forgotten what this was. But that's where I got Reaper, was inside there. I first tried that place, which felt pretty good because I had a bunch of rosaries on my corpse, and my corpse was not in there. And I wandered in and got locked in. Very happy that I first tried it. How was your stream, Zero? What were you doing? Some peeps are playing an async multi-game multi-world. Sounds big. Starting off your games. Oh, nice. Yeah, I've been kind of out of the loop on everything for a while because I wanted to play through this game completely blind, and I know accidental spoilers are a thing, so I wasn't poking my head in anywhere. Bellheart's so creepy when you first find it. Those guys, that guy shooting at me, they're just so annoying at this part of the game because I don't have the right abilities to deal with them yet. They're just like always out of range. But I get this guy up against a wall, which definitely makes it easier. This room is such a maze the first time you traverse it. It's actually not that bad in practice, but they make you go the long way around at this point. I have the hardest time getting consistent down slashes. It's like something about the D-pad on the PS4 controller is kind of like picky. Like, I guess it's good that you don't get like the input unless you want it, but the result in this game is that I miss a lot of my down inputs. Unless I'm really thinking about it.
Yanara.
This character is so creepy.
Megina Fora.
This quest is pretty good. Has a pretty good reward. It's good for some added DPS. I used it a few times in some places for some murdering. It's good to be the murdering. I think, so I don't know if you saw, but there's like a purple hive up there, and I totally thought that's the thing that I'm supposed to be after. It's not, by the way. That's not the quest objective. I really want to be able to do that jump. So at this part in the playthrough, I just have like the game set on like its default settings, And it has some problem with the PS4 controller where I can't use the trigger buttons and the D-pad at the same time, and I can't use the jump button and the analog stick at the same time. And I don't know that it's, like, I don't properly know that it's a bug at this point in the playthrough, so I'm just kind of, like, rolling with it. And it definitely makes some of the movement options harder. So that jump I was trying to make, you actually should be able to, like, dash and jump to make that. But I can't dash and jump. Like, those inputs won't work on the controller for me at the moment. And it's not until about, like, hour 32 or 34 when I discover that I can, like, change to using Steam input, and it totally fixes it. So, if you've played this game and you're wondering, like, well, why didn't you do XYZ? Well, it's... I couldn't. That's why. But eventually, I'll fix it, and I'll be able to do stuff like that. So I find it kind of impressive how they've set up the parallax in this game, because the parallax works both horizontal and vertical. I'm not quite sure how they pulled that off. Like, it might actually be a 3D scene. Those might just be distant objects. I'm not really sure. Yeah, I don't know. It's really interesting to watch the different layers in the scene and try to imagine how they're pulling that off. It could be fully just a parallax effect too, I suppose. Oh yeah, I wanted this thing, I want that basket to be down, and I want to be at the top. Because I know that then I can drop down and go to that purple hive. But I was having a hard time figuring out how to make that work. Like one thing I was just doing there was like trying to reset the room and see if the elevator would be at the other side, but the elevator seems to be persistent. Like, wherever you left it is where it's going to be the next time you load the room, regardless of which entrance you pick. So then I was like, well, can I just reach it from here? But no, can't quite reach it. So then I was back to trying this jump, which I can't quite make. If I could do a running jump, I could get over there. But at this point in my playthrough, I didn't even know running jumps existed. Because I can't... To do a running jump reliably, you need to be able to hold the direction you want to jump on the D-pad, and then be dashing and jump. I'm pretty sure. Like with my controller originally how it was, like I did at some later point discover that it was a movement that Hornet can do. I like somehow stumbled on an input that worked with my weird controller, but I couldn't reliably reproduce it. I couldn't find any inputs. Maybe now that I know how it works, I might be able to get it working, but regardless, I figure out that there's a pull-up heart up there in those flowers. So the whatever like hive looking thing, I don't think I quite figured out that those don't have the polyps, but I maybe should have figured that out. I think I thought that like maybe it's an either or thing, like the flowers have the polyps, but maybe also the like hive thing has a polyp. So I think I spend a bunch more time trying to get back up there still. I don't know if it's occurred to me yet. Getting through that guy was way too difficult. I think at some point I realized I can climb the room to the right when the basket's down at the bottom. Or maybe I can't do that at all yet. Actually, maybe I just move on. I kind of think maybe I just move on. Except this isn't really the way to move on. I do see that there's a purple polyp up there, but I'm also pretty sure I can't reach it. Doesn't stop me from trying. Those bugs are so weird. It's like you break off their exoskeleton, but then they're still, like, living. I never miss a pogo. That's one thing you can definitely say about me as a player of Silksong. I never miss a pogo. And it's definitely not costly when I do. Mid-air healing is such a nice trick in this game. Oh man, and that guy. Can't stand those guys. They're such a problem. Probably be better if I just reset the room instead of dicking around with this guy. There's no way he'll kill me though, right? Okay, I did manage to kill him. I genuinely did not know if I would be successful. Cat, what are you doing? Cat's like crawling around somewhere she's not supposed to. I'm pretty sure I eventually figure out how to do this little puzzle. It's not I call it a puzzle. It's not even really difficult. It's just there's one way to go through the room and I'm just not doing it. Like I think it's because I really wanted to do that polyp quest, and I really got derailed by that. But what I should really be doing is focusing on this Bellheart thing by climbing Shellwood. Although I'm really curious about this hypothetical back door into the Citadel. It really makes me want to do a playthrough where I just focus on not going this way, since this is the way I went previously, and is like the obvious way to go. That and getting the witch right before you roll credits. I'm also curious about that. Although I would probably... I don't know, I feel like I need to do like 3 different playthroughs. Alright, so the basket's at the bottom. So we're gonna go over here. Yeah, okay, see, I'm still stuck on this stupid purple thing. Oh yeah, one thing I remember thinking about is like, so if this purple hive thing has a polyp in it, I already destroyed one of those purple hives before starting the quest. Does that mean I'm out 1 polyp? Am I gonna be stuck and not able to finish this quest because I like broke a thing early? But then I was like, no, they wouldn't do that. They wouldn't leave you in the lurch like that. But then I started to think about like, well, what safeguard do they have? Like, did I do some platforming I wasn't supposed to be able to do? Probably not. The thing that should have occurred to me that didn't is that the purple hive things don't have polyps. That's what I should have realized. Ah, there we go. Now we can stop at the hive thing. I have no idea what these guys' attack pattern is, and I really should have studied it. Because they just wreck me. And in part because they keep spawning. Which also makes sense, because it's a hive. Of course they keep coming out of the hive. So I focused on just destroying the thing, and there's no polyp. Which made me a little bit sad because I want to collect polyps, but it also made me a little bit relieved because that meant that the other one of those that I destroyed probably didn't have a polyp. Alright, so I'm finally ready to move on to a different quest. Or at least a different room. I think I'm still stuck on that quest. But, you know. I'm going to try that quest in a different room. I'm going to try it in this room. Maybe. You know. I'm going to try it in a different room, but jumping is hard. Pogoing, even harder. Gotta unlock your bell beast. Yeah. Time to head to another zone. No, I just wanted to see what my options were. JK. Oh, that's closed from this side. I did not remember that. So you have to... Do you have to fight Sister Splinter to open that door? Or probably it's enough to keep going and do a climb? But now I'm not sure. So I think maybe you only need Sister Splinter to fight Widow. But if you're going to go in through the front door of Citadel, you're going to need Widow. So I guess it's that. I'm increasingly curious about this option that involves backdooring Citadel. This is a really nice puzzle that I want to figure out now. Down slashing is hard. Knocking enemies into spikes is so satisfying, or in that case, water. The game really likes to say, like, here's your rosary, thanks for coming in. Gotta check for secrets. They could be anywhere. Your neighbors could be secrets. Your neighbors could have neighbors that are secrets. It takes me a second, but I'm like, wait. If I use this, I can bench. I probably didn't need to bench. But it's like, I can make sure that this is my active bench. And like, I don't know, proved myself that this shortcut is real and viable. It's definitely one of those things where I had like a sense that a boss was coming up. Definitely had that, like, you're about to have a boss fight vibe. Like, it's too quiet. The music has stopped. The room opens up. The thing spawns behind me. I was just like, where is it? Where's the boss? Oh yeah, okay, there it is. This doesn't take all that many attempts, but I still fast forwarded through it. Apparently this boss got a bit of a nerf. It didn't even occur to me that this was a boss that needed to be nerfed. Oh, that attempt there was just because I was curious if I could grab my body, my silk, and leave. But I quickly convinced myself that was not an option. But it really doesn't take me very long to figure out how to dodge her attacks. And so then she becomes easy. And then the challenge in this fight is just how to dodge, how to deal with the ads. Which I feel like most of the most challenging fights in this game just came down to how to deal with everything all at once. We'll get this any second now. Like, especially after the beast fly, this felt like nothing. I missed the jump twice. Well, miss it again. Not so good at those pogos. I do know that some of these attempts, I was purely just experimenting, like checking different things to see if they were viable. Because for me, the hardest part of this fight was just, like, she would spawn in those ads, and then, like, how do I want to deal with them? And I think what I ended up finding was that Threadstorm was a really viable way to deal with them. See, like, that fight lasted a long time. That one was very close to victory. But I think this was one of those fights where, like, she doesn't kill her summons when she attacks. And I think that was one of the harder things about this. Was just, like, just coming up with some sort of strategy for them. But I eventually figured it out. I think this is the urn. I'm calling it. Whatever happens, I'm coming out victorious. Alright, let's see what I learned. Okay. Off to a bad start, but this is it. This is totally it. Ow. Okay, no, I've got it. I've got it from here. I'm bad at hitting these guys, can you tell? Part of why they're a challenge for me. And sometimes they come out tornadoing. You can really, see there I used Threadstorm. You can really get a lot of hits in on her. You just gotta not be too greedy when she swipes. You could totally just not attack when she swipes. You could be completely defensive on that. Just like that. And then I kept hitting her because she was rude. So all in all, I didn't think that boss was too bad. There was definitely stuff to learn, and it was definitely hard to deal with her summons. But I was surprised to learn that they nerfed that boss. Because people thought it was too hard. I guess maybe because this is still relatively early game, like it's still Act 1 and stuff. Maybe it's like too hard for Act 1. But I think compared to plenty of other bosses that they have, that one's really not that bad. There's much harder bosses. I really wasn't sure where to go, and then I realized that I committed myself to a path. And was a little bit sad about that. Especially considering it's this room, which I think I could reach before. Although I really could not pogo this. I know it'll surprise you guys if I say this, but like, really couldn't pogo this room for shit. But I did notice that there's a polyp in here, so then I was like committed to the cause. Oh, that was so close. I think I do eventually get this. I don't really understand the pogo hitbox. There's definitely times when I think it's going to miss and it hits, and times when I think it's going to hit and it misses. And like it kind of matters which way you're facing when you pogo. So then I kind of get this idea that maybe I should be loading to save some altitude to reposition. And then I finally get enough height that now I'm convinced it works. Not only am I committed to the cause, but I think it can work. And then it's like, I pogo instead of slashing. Which is kind of ironic, because usually what happens is I slash instead of pogo. I'm like, okay, just got to get up there a few more times. Got it. I don't know if that was worth it. But I think now I have to go all the way back around. So I kind of wanted to go up there one last time to see, like, if there was anything in the top of the room. Like, secrets or anything. But then I was kind of burned out on the puzzle. So I was like, I probably would have noticed on the previous attempt if that was the case, and just left. But this is where I decided that, like, falling down was bad, and that I gotta, like, do the loop again. Granted, the loop will be easy to do this time because the boss is dead. Ding dong, the boss is dead. And then I remember that actually I can take my elevator. Elevator. I would never miss that jump. There's like if you're dashing, you have to press like your jump or your attack or whatever like early and hold it. Because I think it's maybe like certain parts of her animation, like you buffer it, and then during certain parts of her animation is when she'll actually do the action. I think is the way they implemented it. Like you can do coyote jumps in this if you're running and jumping. Like where she jumps and she's like where her feet are and like the little dust cloud when she kicks off the ground are like clearly no longer on the ledge. But the game lets you do it for whatever reason. But I think it's because you're queuing it up and then syncing with her animation. Because sometimes you'll press it and it feels like it happens immediately, and other times it's like, wow, I held that for half a second before she actually jumped. It's just like, oh great, more platforming. Like it started to just feel like this never-ending maze of like getting through here. I forgot. I don't think that was meant to be a spell. I think I meant to use a tool, and the game didn't think I was pressing up or down. I think is why I did that thread storm. I really wasn't sure how to deal with that situation, and I didn't have enough silk to heal. And now I just feel stuck, like, do I leave the room? And I decide that I can farm that one if I do leave the room. Tool strategy works pretty well, but then I run out. And I don't really know how to make it work on this one, so I just decide to tank the hit, but I don't manage to get up there, so I gotta tank the hit again. It's gonna leave me with low health. And then I fuck up the jump. So now it's like, okay, if I do this right, I'm gonna have 1 health on the other side. Yeah, I really wasn't sure what to do in this situation. I probably should have, like, jumped and used a tool and then floated back down and did the loop again. I don't remember what ends up happening. I think I die. Okay. I might as well have died. I died on the inside. But no, we make it through. What are you talking about? We clutched it out. Alright, which ability is this? Cling grip, okay. Yeah, this is a massive upgrade. I don't know that you can reach Citadel at all without this. So even if you were doing this without bells, I think you would come get this upgrade. This is just kind of huge. So much of the game is inaccessible without that. Here, I really didn't know what to think about this room. Like, I was convinced I was going to die to those guys. And even if I killed them, they were just going to keep spawning. But at that point, I didn't care if I died anymore because I got the thing, and I was back to a safe part of the room. I'd prefer not to die, but like, you know, the hard part was done. Now I was just curious if there was something to farm for health. Got my polyps, I'm getting out of here. And that nerd manages to kill me. What a nerd! I think all that's left is I try Widow like a time or two, and then decide that 13 hours is enough for the first day, and that I should leave some for tomorrow. I think some people just played for like 24 hours their first day of Silksong, which I can understand. Like, it's a hard game to put down, but I feel like taking some sleep and approaching it with fresh eyes, I enjoyed it more than if I had just kept throwing myself at it. So I was really happy with my restraint to only play 13 hours the first day. Still, like, it's so excessive. Calling it only 13 hours is a little tongue-in-cheek. Coming for you, Widow. Man, this is all nail zero here. Really a lot of hits on everything. So I feel like if I was kind of trying to do the speed run, rushing this wall cling is probably really good. I'm gonna die. No, it's cool, we healed. Free bench? Do I trust the sign? Like, ooh, another pull-up. I think that puts me at 4, yeah. 2 more. That's when I realized it was the bench I already had, and I think I decided I didn't really need to stay at it if I already had it. Oh, no. I went and used it. Oh yeah, so Clawline is in Underworks. So if you can get into Underworks, if you can get into underwear from below without Clawline, then I think you could get into Citadel. At least Widow's not creepy.
Vienta.
I completely forgot this boss existed until I was rewatching this while doing the editing. So I think this is pretty close to the end though. I think I do like 2 attempts and then call it a night. I feel like this goes okay until like Widow turns out to have some like weird moves. This fight's gonna be like brand new the next time I do this. It's like I've forgotten. Like I just completely have a blank spot in my memory for this fight. Yeah, honestly, that was a really great first attempt. If I just knew the moveset a little bit better, I could have won. Yeah, it was me realizing I went the wrong way. I can't dash off a wall because of that controller issue. Not impossible, but it's definitely a hard input when you can't hold a direction and dash. Oh, that's right. I decided I just wanted to get my silk and get out of there and then stop. So I just did the one attempt, is all. So that's the end of it. Oh, is it starting over? Alright. Thanks for watching, everybody. I'm going to send that over to my YouTube channel, and then let me see who I want to raid. Yeah, Colette is still doing her playthrough, so I'm going to raid her. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. Hope you have a great night. Very likely no stream tomorrow. Like I said, I have a bunch of chores and a bunch of video editing to be able to do the next segment of this. Might shoot for shorter chunks. 4-hour chunks might be more manageable. But who knows? I'll see how much editing